Chapter 2:15. Even though he had comprehended the dark force, Yixing still rested most of the time during the day. Even in the afternoon, when Yixing was practicing the dark spirit spear art, Yixing was just putting on a show. Most of the time, he was sitting cross-legged and practicing the dark spirit spear art in his super brain. At night, Yixing wholeheartedly immersed himself in cultivating the dark spirit spear technique. As a middle-grade spiritual martial artist, the dark spirit spear art was not something that could be successfully practiced from the aspect of the art. Proficiency in the art was only a prerequisite. The real advancement of the art depended on the comprehension of the soul. The reason why martial arts were called martial arts was not because of the word martial, but because of the word Dao. This was because martial arts had the Dao realm. Without the Dao realm, martial arts were just ordinary martial arts. Above the spiritual martial artist, all martial arts had their own Dao essence. Only by comprehending the Dao essence could one improve their martial arts attainment. Only after becoming a martial sage could a martial artist cultivate the spiritual martial artist and comprehend the Dao essence of martial arts. Therefore, breaking through the star vortex realm and becoming a martial sage was the true beginning of martial arts. As for the star tempering realm, ordinary martial artists could only cultivate ordinary martial arts. They could not even be considered to have entered the door of martial arts. The super brain could quickly improve one's skills, but it could not improve the Dao essence. Yixing needed to comprehend it through practice. Of course, the super brain was still very useful in comprehending the Dao essence. This was because Yixing's brain was much better than other martial artists. Therefore, Yixing's comprehension ability was also very outstanding, far surpassing that of ordinary people. No one in the Falling Star sect knew that the dark spirit spear art, which no one had been able to cultivate in the past 700 years, was being practiced by Yixing. Moreover, Yixing had already comprehended the Dao aura and opened the door. It was only a matter of time before he mastered the dark spirit spear art. Under the black hole astrology, Yixing's cultivation of the dark spirit spear arts was already much easier. After comprehending the dark force, his cultivation speed increased by leaps and bounds. In just one night, Yixing's cultivation of the dark spirit spear arts had made qualitative progress, reaching the entry level. Yixing had used 10 nights to comprehend a trace of the power of darkness. But because he had comprehended a trace of the power of darkness, he had only used 1 night to master the dark spirit spear art. If he had not comprehended the power of darkness, Yixing estimated that he would have needed at least half a month to master the dark spirit spear art. There was a difference of 4 days. If the difference of 4 days was not big, then he had only reached the entry level. What if he had reached the entry level? The difficulty would be 10 times higher. If Yixing needed half a month to master the dark spirit spear art to the entry level, then he would need at least a year to master it to the entry level. Perhaps he would need at least 10 years to master it to the entry level. And after comprehending the dark force, this time could be shortened by more than 10 times. It was not just a difference of 4 days, but a difference of several years, or even 10 years. Sharpening a knife would not delay the cutting of firewood. This saying was indeed true. The entry-level dark spirit spear art was not weaker than the entry-level lower spiritual martial art. With his current strength, Yixing was more than 80% sure that he could kill Zhenqiu. Even if there was a difference of 1 level between them and Yixing did not plan to use his astrology, he was still very confident. However, he and Zhenqiu had already agreed to fight in a month. This matter was known to all. Naturally, there was no need to change it. There were still 19 days left. Yixing planned to continue practicing the dark spirit spear art and increase his attainment. 1 month later, on the life and death arena, it would be either life or death. Yixing did not only have 80% confidence, he had to have absolute confidence in winning. Therefore, he had to continue consolidating his attainment in the dark spirit spear art. It would be best if he could cultivate it to the level of minor accomplishment. It would be a surefire way to kill Zhenqiu Temple. However, even if he couldn't reach the level of minor accomplishment, he had to try his best to reach the level of minor accomplishment in order to maximize his chances of winning. It was not easy to be reborn in the Star Land. Yixing did not want his life to end in the hands of Zhenqiu so soon. In this life and death battle, he had to survive. Therefore, he could only let Zhenqiu die. He had to kill Zhenqiu. Time passed by day. Every day, Yixing would sleep in the morning and practice the dark spirit spear art at the back of the mountain in the afternoon. It seemed that there was no progress, and few people paid attention to him. During this period of time, the Falling Star sect and the Dong Fu sect had fought twice because of the star crystal load. However, Lin Fenghua had set up layers of level 3 formations around the star crystal load. Moreover, Lin Xiaoyuan, the Grand Elder of the had come out of seclusion and participated in the battle. He had defeated the Grand Elder of the Dong Fu sect, Du Bianchan, so the Falling Star sect had the upper hand in both battles. However, at the same time of victory, there were some people who were puzzled. Because in the battle over the star crystal load, the Dong Fu sect Supreme Elder Du Bianxiong had not appeared. Du Bianxiong was also a 3-star venerable. If Du Bianxiong took action, the Dong Fu sect would have 2 3-star venerables working together. Even if the Falling Star sect had the advantage of formations, it would be difficult for them to gain an advantage over the Dong Fu sect. Because of the 2 victories, the Falling Star sect's disciples were intoxicated with the victory of their sect. No one had the time to pay attention to Yixing. No one had expected that the dark spirit spear technique that no one in the Falling Star sect had been able to successfully learn since the establishment of the sect 700 years ago, had already been learned by Yixing. Moreover, Yixing's attainment in the dark spirit spear technique was still improving at a rapid speed. From the initial stage to the initial stage, it seemed that there was not much difference. However, for a middle stage spiritual martial force, it was an extremely difficult gap to cross. Many martial saints would remain at the initial stage for their entire life after they had started cultivating the middle stage spiritual martial force. Only marquis martial saints had the hope of reaching the initial stage. For marquises, perhaps it was not difficult to cultivate a middle-tier spiritual martial art to the small success stage. However, for middle-tier martial saints, it was extremely difficult. For beginner-tier martial saints, it was simply impossible. For example, it wasn't difficult for an adult to carry something that weighed more than 50 kilograms. However, for a 13 or 14-year-old child, it was extremely difficult. For a 7 or 8-year-old child, it was simply impossible. A martial artist's comprehension ability would increase as their cultivation level increased. It was just like how a normal person's strength would increase as they grew older. Therefore, for some advanced martial techniques, martial artists could not learn them at the beginning. However, when their cultivation level reached a certain level, they could learn them. Even if the cultivation level was much higher than the martial technique realm, it would not be difficult to learn them. For example, when a perfected person cultivated a middle-stage spiritual martial force, it would be a matter of course. However, there would always be exceptions. For example, some 13 or 14-year-old children would have strength that far surpassed their peers and could carry 100 pounds of weight. Some of the more talented ones could even carry 100 pounds of weight at the age of 7 or 8. If Yixing could reach the initial stage of the dark spirit spear technique when he was an initial stage martial saint, it would be as shocking as a 7 or 8-year-old normal child carrying 100 pounds of weight. It would be extremely rare in the world. It was the last day of the 1-month deadline. Yixing's attainment of the dark spirit spear technique had already reached the limit of the initial stage. He was only half a step away from the initial stage. It was like there was a thin barrier between them. After breaking through this barrier, Yixing's attainment of the dark spirit spear technique would reach the next level and reach the initial stage. Its power would greatly increase. Although Yi Xing was almost certain that he could kill Zhen Qiuxi with his attainment of the Dark Spirit Spear technique, Yi Xing still hoped that he could reach the initial stage of the Dark Spirit Spear technique before the battle of life and death. As long as the Dark Spirit Spear technique reached the initial stage, even if there were any accidents during the battle of life and death, Yi Xing would not need to use the power of the astrology. He would be able to crush all the initial stage martial saints. Yi Xing would not even be afraid of a 4-star martial saint. Without using the power of the astrology, he would dare to fight with the spear in his hand. That night, Yi Xing was not in a hurry to cultivate the Dark Spirit Spear technique. Instead, he sat cross-legged and calmed his mind. More haste, less speed. Blindly cultivating might not be the best path. At certain moments, an appropriate pause might lead to unexpected results. Yi Xing sat quietly. His thoughts drifted back to the moment when he first arrived at the Star Continent. In the past year or so, he carefully recalled his journey in the Star Continent. Faces, events, battles, all of them appeared in Yi Xing's mind. His experiences in the past year or so were really complicated and changed. They surpassed his life in his previous life. Until now, Yi Xing's memories of his previous life had become fainter and fainter. 9 out of 10 of his memories were his experiences in the past year or so in the Star Continent. In these experiences, there were joys, sorrows, people he missed, people he cared about, people he respected. Of course, there were also enemies he hated. Every experience he recalled gave Yi Xing a different kind of emotion. Different experiences flashed in his mind, but the emotions generated by Yi Xing did not end with the end of the scenes in his mind. They changed one after another, settling down and intertwining with each other. At this moment, Yi Xing could be said to be filled with a myriad of emotions. Joy, anger, sorrow, concern, melancholy. All kinds of emotions intertwined, causing Yi Xing's mind to fluctuate to a level that he would not normally be able to feel. At this moment, Yi Xing felt a wave of anger in his heart that needed to be vented. Although his heart was not calm and his mind was restless, Yi Xing's mind flashed with a light. He did not forcefully calm his mind, but followed the anger in his heart. He stood up, raised his hand, and took out the purple feather spear. A set of Dark Spirit Spear arts was naturally displayed. At this moment, Yi Xing practiced the Dark Spirit Spear arts. He felt that there was something more compared to the past month of practice. After a set of Dark Spirit Spear arts was displayed, Yi Xing did not withdraw the purple feather spear. Instead, he maintained the posture of the spear, like a statue, standing still. He felt that the Dark Spirit Spear arts was a whole new world, but the feeling was still very hazy. He needed some time to slowly understand it. Yi Xing maintained the posture of the spear. After more than 2 hours, when half the night had passed, he suddenly moved. The corner of his mouth had a trace of a smile as he displayed the Dark Spirit Spear arts once again. However, this time, it was completely different. Yi Xing's cultivation of the Dark Spirit Spear arts had broken through to the small success stage. Author's note: in the process, I can only update once. I owe 36 chapters. In short, after the 10th of this month, I will go into seclusion to write. Chapter 216. Inner Gate Life and Death Ring. Today was the day of the life and death battle between Yi Xing and Zhen Prison Temple. All the Inner Gate disciples in the sect had rushed over. Many Outer Gate disciples even came to the Inner Gate Square through their connections to watch the life and death battle between Yi Xing and Zhen Prison Temple. Moreover, a few of the high and mighty core disciples also showed up one after another. Core disciples were the true elites of the younger generation in the Falling Star sect. There were not many of them, only about 20 of them. Each of them was a personal disciple of an elder and had a respected status. Core disciples were very talented. In the future, they would at least be marquis or even half-step to sage. There were even a few who would reach the sage realm and become Inner Gate elders. Therefore, even some Inner Gate deacons with high cultivation were respectful to the core disciples. The appearance of the core disciples showed that the life and death battle between Yixing and Jin Prison Temple had attracted a lot of attention in the Falling Star sect. Senior Brother Ma Ji. Senior Brother Lu Ju. Senior Brother Gu Ming. Wherever the three core disciples passed, all the inner gate disciples made way for them and bowed respectfully. Ma Ji, Lu Ju, and Gu Ming had arrogant looks on their faces. They nodded slightly at the crowd and walked straight to the life and death ring. Among the three of them, Ma Ji was in the middle and stood slightly in front. Lu Ju and Gu Ming were half a step behind. It was obvious that Ma Ji was the leader of the three. Although the three of them were 4-star martial saints, in terms of cultivation, Ma Ji was the highest. He was at the peak of the 4th-level Star Vortex stage and was not far from becoming a 5-star martial saint. Moreover, in terms of strength, Ma Ji was the strongest among the three of them. Moreover, Ma Ji was the youngest. This showed that Ma Ji's potential was greater than theirs and his achievements in the future would be greater than theirs. Senior Brother Ma, the life and death battle between an inner gate disciple who became a martial saint by luck and Jin Prison Temple is not worthy of your attention. You're giving them too much face by coming to watch the battle. Gu Ming scanned the surroundings and then looked at the empty life and death ring. They had arrived a little earlier. He said unwillingly and flattered Ma Ji at the same time. Core disciples were the future leaders of the sect. When they were young, they had already started forming circles. Ma Ji himself was the direct disciple of the Falling Star sect's law enforcement elder. His brother Ma Ren was the direct disciple of the sect master. Lu Ju and Gu Ming walked together with Ma Ji and had always respected him. Lu Ju was a man of few words, but he nodded at Gu Ming's words. Ma Ji said indifferently, if not for giving senior sister he face, why would I come to watch such a boring battle? An ant-like existence, relying on luck to become a martial sage, relying on luck to obtain 10,000 contribution points. Yet, he thinks that he is infallible, arrogant, and complacent. He thinks that by relying on the astral crystal spiritual essence to become a 2-star martial sage, he can do whatever he wants in the inner sect. Humph. He had just become an inner disciple, yet he dared to accept the challenge to the arena of life and death with Zhen Qiuxi, one of the top 10 inner disciples. The time limit was only 1 month. Did he think that he could enter the top 10 just by cultivating for a month? What a joke. Ma Ji obviously did not like Yixing and did not think highly of him. He saw him as an ant. As for the senior sister that he mentioned, it was naturally He Hongjiao, the direct disciple of the sect master's wife. He Hongjiao was an 8-star martial sage, Tian Ming. Her cultivation was at the peak of Star Vortex Realm Level 5. Among the core disciples, she was a well-known existence and was ranked at the top. Moreover, there were rumors that she and Ma Ren were a couple. Since there were rumors, they were naturally not groundless. He Hongjiao and Ma Ren were indeed close. Because of this, Ma Ren's younger brother, Ma Ji, brought Lu Ju and Gu Ming to support Zhen Qiuxi. Zhen Qiuxi obviously did not have such great influence. This was all because of He Hongjiao. As soon as Ma Ji finished speaking, there was a commotion at the side. Senior sister He. Senior sister He Hongjiao. One after another, excited voices could be heard. It was He Hongjiao who had arrived. She was extremely popular in the Falling Star sect and was the goddess in many disciples' hearts. There were 2 female disciples who were the most popular. One was He Hongjiao and the other was Lin Tongyu. The former was the number 1 beauty among the core disciples while the latter was the number 1 beauty among the inner disciples. However, Lin Tongyu had become a core disciple half a month ago and no longer had the title of the number 1 beauty among the core disciples. The 2 of them were known as the Falling Star Duo. He Hongjiao was 22 years old this year. She had an 8-star orange life and was at the peak of Star Vortex Realm Level 5. It was impossible to determine He Hongjiao's age from her appearance. She wore a pink long dress and looked like a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Her skin was smooth and white, and her skin was like snow. She looked extremely pleasing to the eye and made countless female disciples feel ashamed of themselves. Zhen Qiuxi arrived together with He Hongjiao. Although Zhen Qiuxi was the main character of today's life and death battle, he was obviously ignored by the other disciples because he was walking together with He Hongjiao. Amidst the excited shouts, everyone's target was He Hongjiao and no one paid any attention to Zhen Qiuxi. Perhaps there were some who called out to him, but it was completely drowned out by the crowd's shouts for He Hongjiao. No one heard the shouts of "Senior Brother Zhen" or "Senior Brother Zhen Qiuxi." Zhen Qiuxi walked behind He Hongjiao and heard the shouts of the disciples on both sides. He was very envious and hoped that he could have such a day and have such high popularity and prestige among the Falling Star sect's disciples. As one of the top 10 inner court disciples, Zhen Prison Temple would usually take the initiative to address him as Senior Brother Zhen when he met other inner court disciples. However, compared to He Hongjiao, his little bit of prestige was nothing at all. As long as I have enough strength, I will have such a day too. Prestige needs to be accumulated step by step. Today is a good opportunity to kill Yixing in front of everyone and let everyone see my strength and skills. They will admire and fear me from the bottom of their hearts. Zhen Qiuxi thought to himself and clenched his fists involuntarily. Senior sister He Hongjiao led Zhen Qiuxi forward and came to the side of Ma Ji, Lu Ju, and Gu Ming. The latter three nodded at He Hongjiao in greeting. Senior Brother Ma, Senior Brother Lu, Senior Brother Gu. As an inner disciple, Zhen Qiuxi's status was lower than Ma Ji and the other two core disciples. He also nodded at them one by one. The three of you are early. He Hongjiao nodded at Ma Ji and the other two core disciples. She looked around and frowned slightly. That kid is not here yet. Gu Ming laughed and said, that kid is obviously going to die in the life and death battle with Junior Brother Zhen. I'm afraid he is too scared to show up now. Why would he be in a hurry to die? The life and death battle has been agreed. It's not up to him to decide. Even if he doesn't show up, someone will catch him and put him on the life and death platform. Ha! Lu Ju, who had always been a man of few words, sneered. Ma Ji laughed coldly and said, let's not talk about how weak he is and how he became a martial sage by luck. Even if he is really strong and is a martial arts genius, he is still an ignorant fool who is fighting on the life and death platform with his status as an inner disciple and a pro-disciple. A mere inner disciple cannot kill a pro-disciple, even if it is on the life and death platform. Zhen Qiuxi smiled. In this life and death battle, not only did he have 100% confidence that he could kill Yixing, but he also had 100% assurance that his life would not be in danger. At this moment, the inner disciples at the side were in an uproar. The commotion caused was not smaller than when He Hongjiao had arrived. Other than He Hongjiao, there were only two other people who could cause such a commotion among the inner disciples. One was the eldest senior brother Maran, a 9-star orange fate genius. He was the strongest among the younger generation of Thea 6-star martial sage and a pro-disciple of the sect leader. He had a high prestige among the disciples of the Falling Star sect. However, Maran was not in the Falling Star sect at this moment. He had participated in the dispute with the Dongfu sect over the star crystal mineral lode and was still there. If it was not eldest senior brother Maran, it would be the other one. As for the other one, it was naturally Lin Tongyu, who was known as the Twin Beauties with He Hongjiao. Lin Tongyu was once the first inner disciple of the Falling Star sect. 1.5 months ago, she had returned to the sect and was promoted to a core disciple because she had become a 4-star martial sage. Her father was the only formation elder of the Falling Star sect and the only level 3 formation master. Her status was prominent. Her grandfather was the legend of the Falling Star sect, Grand Elder Lin Shuyuan. Her status was not ordinary. In terms of status, she was superior to He Hongjiao. In addition, her stunning appearance was not inferior to He Hongjiao's. Naturally, her fame was not inferior to He Hongjiao's. It was normal for her arrival to cause such a commotion. The twin beauties of the falling star sect were rarely seen. Today, they actually appeared in the inner square together. It was very unexpected for the inner disciples. It was reasonable for He Hongjiao to come because He Hongjiao was the senior sister of the Zhen prison temple. The two of them had the same master. This kind of senior sister relationship was not comparable to other senior brothers and sisters in the same sect. But why was Lin Tongyu here? No one would believe that she was attracted by the duel. 99% of the inner disciples thought that this was a duel without any suspense. Yi Xing would be defeated miserably. Moreover, he would be defeated instantly. There was not much to see at all. Therefore, Lin Tongyu's arrival shocked the inner disciples. But what shocked them even more was that Lin Tongyu did not come alone. Instead, she came together with Yi Xing. Lin Tongyu and Yi Xing walked side by side towards the arena of life and death. Some of the inner disciples excitedly shouted, "Senior Sister Lin." In the next moment, their mouths were agape and they were frozen in place like statues. They were completely stunned. Lin Tongyu came together with Yi Xing? What was the relationship between them? How did the two of them know each other? The inner disciples finally understood why Lin Tongyu came. It was because of Yi Xing. But why did Lin Danyu know Yi Xing? Why did she come together with Yi Xing? This was completely baffling and shocking. Zhen Prison Temple, He Hongjiao, and the rest were very surprised by Lin Tongyu's arrival. Their faces were filled with surprise. He Hongjiao was the first to calm down. She patted Zhen Prison Temple's shoulder and said, "Junior brother Zhen, once you enter the arena of life and death, no one can interfere. No one can stop you from killing that brat." Zhen Prison Temple's eyes flashed fiercely as he nodded his head. At this moment, Yi Xing jumped up like a wild goose and landed directly on the arena of life and death. Today's update is now at 37 chapters. Many people want to see me make a fool of myself. Previously, some people said that I was a eunuch. Now, I have updated. Those who said that I was a eunuch can get lost. Now, some people say that I won't pay back my debts. I can't tell these people to get lost yet. But sooner or later, you will all get lost. Not only will I pay back my debts, but I will also explode for several months this year. This is my habit. Every year, I will explode for at least half of the days. Chapter 217. Yi Xing's eyes were like swords as he glanced at Zhen Xiaoxi, "Come up and die." His tone was clean and decisive, as if he was saying something that was bound to happen. It was like saying at dusk that the sky was going to turn dark. It was like saying at dawn that the sky was going to turn bright. From Yi Xing's tone, he had already determined Zhen Xiaoxi's fate, death. Zhen Xiaoxi was naturally infuriated by his tone. The rest of the inner disciples also started to jeer. They thought that Yi Xing was too arrogant. Tisk, among the few core disciples, Ma Ji curled his lips and said in disdain, "This brat does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Junior brother Zhen, there is no need to be polite with him. If you kill him in more than 3 moves, you will be the one losing face." Even the beautiful He Hongjiao had a cold expression on her face. She said coldly, "There is no need for 3 moves. Junior brother Zhen, just use the universal fire and kill him in 1 move." The universal fire was the ultimate move of the flame blade technique. In the past month, Zhen Xiaoxi had been practicing the flame blade technique. Zhen Xiaoxi's flaming saber technique was already close to mastery. In the past month, Hua Tianshu had often given him pointers, and He Hongjiao had also been practicing with him. Although the flaming saber technique had not reached mastery, Zhen Xiaoxi's universal extermination of fire had reached mastery under the guidance of Hua Tianshu and He Jiao. Its power was on par with the mastery of the flaming saber technique. It was extremely rare for an initial stage martial saint to be able to train an inferior stage spiritual martial force to the great completion stage. Once a lower stage spiritual martial force reached the great completion stage, then their strength would increase greatly. Although Zhenqiu Temple was only ranked 10th among the inner disciples, just the fact that he had reached the mastery stage of extinction of fire was enough to raise his ranking by several ranks. If a competition was held, Zhenqiu Temple could definitely charge into the top 5 of the inner disciples, or even the top 3. Killing Yixing was not only Zhenqiu Ci's personal grudge, it was also Hua Tianqu's order. The reason why He Hongjiao was so concerned about this battle was not because of Zhenqiu Ci, but because of her teacher, Hua Tianqiu. Hua Tianqu's order was to kill Yixing as soon as possible. Hua Tianqiu was very clear about Zi Shanho's hatred towards her. She couldn't let anyone who came from Zi Shanho's side achieve anything. Otherwise, they would become a huge problem in the future. Zhenqiu Ci nodded solemnly and leaped into the life and death ring. The life and death stage was guarded by a half-step enlightened being elder. When Yixing and Zhenqiu Ci both got on the stage, an old man in his 60s floated out from a nearby building. Elder Wang. All the inner disciples shouted in unison. The core disciples also nodded their heads slightly to show their respect. There weren't many true masters in Thianli, a dozen or so. Every one of them held a high position and was the head of a department. For example, the Enforcement Elder, Affair Elder, Sect Affairs Elder, Formation Elder, Martial Pavilion Elder, and so on were all Astral Realm Enlightened Masters. The Falling Star School was a big family with many things to do. Even though the true Immortal Elders were the top figures in each department, they would be too busy to manage everything. Therefore, the ones who were really in charge were the half-true Immortals. The half-step Enlightened Masters all had real power in their hands. Even the core disciples had to treat them with respect. The half-step Enlightened Master guarding the life and death ring was named Wang Shui. He belonged to the Affair Hall, which was in charge of all the internal affairs of the sect, including the fights between the disciples. Wang Shui stood on the life and death ring and glanced at Yixing and Zhenqiu Ci. One of them would die in the life and death ring. Wang Shui obviously didn't care who would live and who would die. Wang Shui said, "In the life and death ring, there is no winner, only life and death. You too, once the battle starts, you can't back out. Have you thought about it?" Yixing and Zhenqiu Ci both nodded with confidence in their eyes. Wang Shui sighed inwardly. He had been guarding the life and death ring for more than 10 years. Although the disciples rarely went on the life and death ring, Wang Shui had seen a few life and death battles. In every life and death battle, both sides were full of confidence. They thought that the one who would die in the battle would be the other, and the one who would survive would be themselves. However, no matter how confident they were, one of them would definitely die. If the other was lucky, he would be able to defeat his opponent and come out unscathed. If he was unlucky and the two of them were of similar strength, if one of them died, the other would definitely not have a good ending. In the few life and death battles that Wang Shui had seen, the victors had won completely. There was not a single person who came out unscathed. There was only one person who was lightly injured, and another who was seriously injured. As for the rest, although they had killed their opponents, they had also suffered fatal injuries. After the battle, they either didn't live for long before dying, or their bodies were crippled and they were barely hanging on. Therefore, Wang Shui didn't like the disciples who went on the life and death ring. This was because there was a 90% chance that both sides would be injured. Wang Shui didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and 8 formation flags flew out and stood in 8 directions of the life and death ring. A formation light shield covered the entire life and death ring. Yixing was surprised. Elder Wang was a formation master. The formation he had set up was the 8-gate formation. The 8-gate formation was a grade 2 formation. A great perfection 8-gate formation was sufficient to trap a noble grade martial sage. When the great perfection 8-gate formation enveloped the life and death arena, there was no way out. If one fought inside, one would either die or live. Let's start. Wang Shui said indifferently. His body flashed and he passed through the formation light shield, leaving the life and death ring. As the array master, Wang Shui was not restricted by the formation light shield. After Wang Shui left, a ferocious smile appeared on Zhen Qiuxi's face. His eyes were like a poisonous snake as they locked onto Yixing. At the same time, around the life and death ring, all the warriors, be it inner disciples, core disciples, or sect deacons, were energized. Their eyes were focused on the life and death ring. They were paying attention to the life and death battle that could erupt at any time and end at any time. He. Zhen Qiuxi laughed. Yixing, let's see how you can survive this time. He. The only thing you can leave behind is your last words. Yixing raised his hand and a purple spear appeared in his hand. It was the purple feather spear. With the spear in his hand, Yixing's temperament changed drastically. He changed from a gentle prince to a conquering general with the power to sweep away thousands of troops. Yixing was not as emotional as Zhen Qiuxi. He was calm as usual. He pointed his spear at Zhen Qiuxi and said, "The one who will leave behind his last words is you." Zhen Qiuxi was furious and shouted, "You're courting death." With this roar, the flame celestial essence in Zhen Qiuxi's body started to boil. A ball of almost transparent flame rose from his body. The temperature around him suddenly rose sharply. The spiritual weapon in Zhen Qiuxi's hand turned red in an instant. Then, with a flash of sparks, it burned with raging flames. 8 desolation flames. Zhen Qiuxi roared and waved the spiritual weapon in his hand. In an instant, Zhen Qiuxi's figure disappeared and the flaming saber light flashed. Flaming saber light shot out one after another. In the blink of an eye, there were 8 flaming saber lights. Each flaming saber light was dozens of feet long and contained a terrifying power. They came from 8 directions and slashed at Yixing at the same time. 8 flaming saber lights from 8 directions. Each of the saber lights was connected to each other and the power circulated endlessly. No matter how he fought back, unless he destroyed all 8 flaming saber lights at the same time, it would be useless. 8 desolation flames, 8 flaming saber lights appearing at the same time. This is the ultimate move of the flaming saber technique. Has Senior Zhen Qiuxi's flaming saber technique reached the great completion realm? As soon as Zhen Qiuxi made his move, the inner disciples below the life and death ring immediately exclaimed. At the same time, a large number of martial sages exclaimed. Obviously, they were shocked by Zhen Qiuxi's saber technique. Impossible. If Zhen Qiuxi's flaming saber technique reached the great completion realm, he wouldn't be the 10th inner disciple. He would be the first inner disciple. He must have practiced the 8 desolation flames diligently for the past month and was guided by an expert to reach the great completion realm instead of the entire flaming saber technique reaching the great completion realm. A knowledgeable and well-informed person said. In the blink of an eye, while the martial sages were still exclaiming, the 8 flaming saber lights had already surrounded Yixing and engulfed his figure. In the eyes of the martial sages, it didn't matter whether Zhen Qiuxi had reached the great completion realm or the entire flaming saber technique. This move was enough to take Yixing's life. Moreover, Yixing would die without a complete corpse. Such a terrifying move was enough to split Yixing's body into pieces. However, this was not the case. Suddenly, Yixing's voice came out from the flames, "This is your martial arts attainment after a month of hard work?" His voice was full of disdain. As Yixing spoke, the purple feather spear in his hand moved. Dark Spirit Spear Technique, Undercurrent Surge. Yixing had only displayed the power of the Dark Spirit Spear Technique to the beginner level. However, he had integrated the power of darkness into it. When the purple feather spear stabbed out, it turned into darkness. The darkness spread instantly. It first surrounded Yixing, then the 8 flaming saber lights, and then the entire life and death ring. Below the life and death ring, cries of surprise rang out. The eyes of the martial sages were filled with shock at this moment. The life and death ring suddenly turned dark. It seemed like the 8 flaming saber lights had been destroyed in an instant. Of course, the power of darkness of the spear was not enough to destroy the 8 flaming saber lights. However, under the cover of the power of darkness, the 8 flaming saber lights could not be seen. The moment the darkness enveloped the life and death ring, the purple feather spear turned into a surging undercurrent and swept out. The 8 flaming saber lights were all destroyed by Yixing's move. The darkness that enveloped the life and death ring only existed for a moment. When the darkness disappeared, everything returned to normal. The 8 flaming saber lights were no longer around Yixing. There were only a few flaming sparks left. Dark. Power of darkness? Zhen Qiuxi, who was on the life and death ring, and the martial sages below the life and death ring all exclaimed in unison. This chapter was written yesterday. I was at my wife's grandfather's house last night. I couldn't enter the Qidian platform and couldn't update. Everyone. Wei. There was a message in the letter. Some readers knew about it, but some didn't. Sorry. I updated a chapter yesterday and I'm overdue for 38 chapters. I'm back in Shenyang today. I'll update at least 2 chapters. The updates will stabilize in the future. It seems that I can start updating before the 10th. Brothers, please pay attention to my gong. Everyone. Wei. Letter, EK chocolate, if there's anything, I'll announce it in the letter. Also, I'll publish Yixing's picture in the letter tomorrow. Chapter 218. Force was the Tao of heaven and earth, the essence of all living things. When a martial artist cultivated, it was not only the Tao of martial arts, but also the Tao of heaven and earth. However, the Tao of heaven and earth was more profound and difficult to control than the Tao of martial arts. When a martial artist stepped into the celestial vortex realm, he would enter the door of martial arts and begin to comprehend the Tao of martial arts. However, it was much later for him to comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth. It was not easy for a martial sage to comprehend a Tao of heaven and earth. Moreover, only martial sages of the noble level could reach this step. Among the Tao of heaven and earth, the Tao of the 5 elements was the most common, followed by wind, thunder, and then other special Tao of heaven and earth. The Tao of darkness was one of the special Tao of heaven and earth. Therefore, it was difficult to comprehend a Tao force, but it was even more difficult to comprehend the Tao of darkness. Yixing had just become a martial sage and was only a 2-star martial sage. However, he had already comprehended the Tao of darkness. This shocked everyone. Among the martial sages present, there were only a few who had comprehended the Tao of force. Moreover, none of them had comprehended the Tao of heaven and earth. The martial sages looked at Yixing as if they were looking at a freak. To comprehend the Tao of darkness at the 2nd level of the celestial vortex realm, what kind of comprehension did that require? What kind of martial arts genius did he have to have such comprehension? Yixing had comprehended the Tao of darkness and mastered the dark spirit spear art when he was only a 2-star martial sage. This was not surprising. On the life and death ring, Zhen Qiuxi was shocked and his voice trembled. You have comprehended the Tao of darkness and mastered the dark spirit spear art? Zhen Qiuxi was shocked. Although he sounded like he was asking, he was actually stating the truth. It was obvious that Yixing had comprehended the Tao of darkness and mastered the dark spirit spear art. With the Tao of darkness and the dark spirit spear art, Yixing had the ability to kill Zhen Qiuxi. Therefore, Zhen Qiuxi could not help but be shocked. However, Zhen Prison Temple still had a trump card in hand. Therefore, even though he was terrified of Yixing's strength, he did not let it get to him. His expression quickly calmed down. Pointing his spear at Zhen Prison Temple, Yixing said indifferently, "That's right, it's your honor to die under the Dark Spirit Spear Art." Dark Spirit Spear Art, Divine Light Flash. As soon as Yixing finished speaking, he unleashed his killing move. The purple feather spear in his hand pierced forward, and in an instant, a dark spear light shot out. The speed of the spear radiance was like a flash of inspiration in his mind. It was unbelievably fast. In an instant, it shattered all the air currents and arrived in front of Zhenqiu Temple. The power of darkness came along with the purple feather spear. Zhenqiu felt his vision go black. He was suddenly in darkness, unable to see any light. At this moment, even if Zhenqiu's strength was doubled, he would not be able to escape the fate of being killed by Yixing's spear. This made Zhenqiu's heart tighten as he shuddered violently. Below the life and death ring, many martial saints became nervous at this moment. Their eyes widened. They had already expected this outcome, but they could not believe it. They could not believe that Zhenqiu, who was ranked in the top 10 of the inner disciples and had mastered the vast desolation of fire, who was ranked in the top 5 of the inner disciples, would be killed by Yixing in one move. At this moment, only 2 people remained calm. One was Lin Tongyu, and the other was He Hongjiao. Even the half-step Zhenren elder, Wang Shui, had a strange look in his eyes. Lin Tongyu's expression was calm. This was understandable because Yixing had the upper hand. There was no need for her to be nervous. In terms of quantity, she was just surprised at the speed of Yixing's strength improvement. On the other hand, He Hongjiao's expression was calm. This was meaningful. Logically speaking, Zhenqiu would definitely die under this spear. He Hongjiao should be shocked. However, she did not. Her expression was calm. It was obvious that Zhenqiu would not die under this spear. Zhenqiu, who was in the dark, felt a chill in his heart. He waved his hand and a ray of light suddenly flew out. Clang! In an instant, this ray of light collided with the purple feather spear, causing an explosion. It was the first time Yixing's expression changed. He was shocked as he felt a terrifying force coming from the tip of the spear, causing his attack to be hindered. Not only did it come to a stop, it even felt like he was being pushed backward by the force. This wasn't the only attack Zhenqiu Temple had thrown out. After an explosion, the ray of light split into 3 and suddenly shot towards Yixing from 3 directions. At this moment, Yixing activated his super brain to scan. The 3 rays of light were clearly scanned into his mind. They were 3 flying daggers. With Zhenqiu's strength, it was obvious that he could not use the flying daggers to block Yixing's divine flash. Therefore, the terrifying force that Yixing felt was not Zhenqiu's power. It came from the 3 flying daggers themselves. Yixing was stunned. These 3 flying daggers were a very terrifying weapon. They were forbidden weapons. Forbidden weapons were different from conventional weapons. They were not weapons that could be used for a long time. They were weapons that would be destroyed after one use. It was very difficult to make forbidden weapons. The materials needed were also very precious. They would be destroyed after one use. The price was very high. There was no such luxurious weapon on the market. In this situation, only a craftsman would be willing to spend a lot of money to make forbidden weapons for use in times of danger. Zhenqiu was a craftsman and so was He Hongjiao. However, neither Zhenqiu nor He Hongjiao could make forbidden weapons as powerful as these 3 flying daggers. Zhenqiu and He Hongjiao's master, Hua Tianshu, was also a craftsman. Moreover, she was a mid-level spiritual craftsman. It was more than enough for her to make forbidden weapons like these 3 flying daggers. Therefore, it was obvious that these 3 flying daggers were Hua Tianshu's. No wonder Zhenqiu was defeated. He Hongjiao's expression was still calm. She was not worried that Zhenqiu would be killed by Yixing. It turned out that she knew that Zhenqiu had Hua Tianshu's forbidden weapons. These 3 flying daggers were Zhenqiu's real trump card. The situation suddenly changed. Zhenqiu was about to be killed by Yixing's spear. Suddenly, he used a weapon to turn the situation around. Yi Xing, on the other hand, was in a life-and-death situation because of the 3 flying daggers. The changes in a battle were really fast. Until the last moment, no one dared to say that they would definitely win even if they had the upper hand. Forbidden weapons. Some people with good eyesight instantly recognized the types of the 3 flying daggers and exclaimed. When the martial sages heard this, they were all shocked. Forbidden weapons were treasures that could only be found by chance. Zhenqiu Si actually had such a powerful forbidden weapon. Perhaps even a 4-star martial sage could be killed by these 3 flying daggers if he was caught off guard. The martial sages were still nervous. However, they were not nervous about Zhenqiu Si, but about Yi Xing. Before the battle, most of the martial sages were on Zhenqiu Si's side. However, Yi Xing's amazing spear had shocked everyone and made them submit. The martial sages felt that it was a pity that such a martial arts genius had fallen. This was because they knew that if Zhenqiu Si did not use the forbidden weapon, he would definitely not be a match for Yi Xing with his true strength. Yi Xing, even if you have mastered the dark spirit spear art, so what? You will still die under my master's fatal flying daggers. When Zhenqiu Si saw that the fatal flying daggers had broken Yi Xing's attack and instantly put Yi Xing in a life-and-death situation, he felt very happy and could not help but cheer. There were a total of 3 fatal flying daggers. Hua Tianshu had specially refined them for the battle between Zhenqiu Si and Yi Xing. The higher the level of the forbidden weapon, the more expensive the materials used. The fatal flying daggers refined by Hua Tianshu were equivalent to a full-strength attack of a 4-star martial sage. In her opinion, even if Zhenqiu Si could not do anything to Yi Xing, this set of fatal flying daggers was enough to take Yi Xing's life. When the fatal flying daggers were thrown out from Zhenqiu Si's hands, Yi Xing's hair stood on end. He reacted quickly and instantly felt the threat of death. Dark Spear Curtain. Yi Xing took the opportunity to put away the purple feather spear. His body also followed the terrifying force and suddenly retreated backward. The purple feather spear instantly turned into a dark spear curtain. This move was a defensive spear move of the dark spirit spear art. When Yi Xing used it together with the dark force, its defensive power was shocking. Moreover, while Yi Xing borrowed the force to retreat, he also condensed his celestial essence into a pair of wings. At the same time, he also used the wind force. Even though he did not know any spirit martial arts movement technique, his speed was still as fast as lightning. Clang! 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 3 explosions sounded almost at the same time. The power of the fatal flying daggers was indeed terrifying. In the blink of an eye, 3 cracks were torn in the dark spear curtain. The 3 flying daggers, with bright brilliance, continued to shoot forward and kill Yi Xing. However, although Yi Xing's spear move was blocked, the dark spear curtain still had a certain degree of effect. It greatly weakened the power of the life-seizing flying dagger, and also reduced its speed. Yi Xing used the wind force and flapped his star essence wings. His speed was as fast as flying. Like a streamer, he flashed to the right in an instant. Clang! 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 The 3 flying daggers almost brushed past Yi Xing's afterimage. In an instant, they pierced the light shield that covered the life and death ring, making a sound of gold and iron hitting each other. The Grand Completion 8-gate formation could even block the attack of a noble realm martial saint. The fatal flying daggers were only equivalent to a full-strength attack of a 4-star martial saint. Naturally, they could not affect the light shield at all. The 3 flying daggers bounced back and exploded into pieces in mid-air. After a strike, a forbidden weapon, whether it succeeded or not, would be scrapped. It would no longer be useful and even the materials would not be left. The forbidden weapon was destroyed, but Yi Xing, holding the purple feather spear, was safe and sound. Below the life and death ring, all the martial saints were shocked. Even He Hongjiao and Lin Tongyu were so. There were even some who were dumbfounded at this moment. This was a forbidden weapon. A forbidden weapon refined by Hua Tianshu, the wife of the sect leader, who was a level 2 weapon refining grandmaster, could not hurt Yixing at all. How was this possible? The forbidden weapon is very powerful, but I don't believe that you have a second forbidden weapon. Yixing's cold voice sounded. Today, I still only updated 1 chapter. The number of chapters 10 is 39. I will start to make up for it tomorrow. I will work hard and try to pay back all the chapters 10 by March. Chapter 219. Zhen Qiuxi's expression turned into horror. This time, he was truly terrified. Yixing was right. He did not have a second forbidden weapon. Forbidden weapons were extremely precious. Hua Tianshu had given the fatal flying dagger, a forbidden weapon that was equivalent to a full-force attack of a 4-star martial saint, to the Zhen prison temple. It was already a foolproof plan. Who would have thought that even this could not kill Yixing? When Zhen Qiuxi met Yixing's sharp gaze, he immediately took a step back and his momentum was greatly reduced. Yixing. I am the pro-disciple of the Weapon Pavilion Elder. Pro-disciples have. Zhen Qiuxi looked at Yixing with fear in his eyes and his voice trembling. Dark Spirit Spear. However, before Zhen Qiuxi could finish his words, Yixing shouted and performed the ultimate killing move of the Dark Spirit Spear art. The spear shot towards Zhen Qiuxi. So what if he was a pro-disciple? So what if he was the pro-disciple of the Weapon Pavilion Elder Hua Tianshu? In the life and death ring, Yixing would kill him without hesitation. Rip, the air between the two was torn apart in an instant, producing an ear-piercing sound. The purple feather spear carried a terrifying dark aura and an extremely terrifying power as it pierced towards Zhen Qiuxi. The spear's power covered the sky and was unstoppable. Below the life and death ring, many martial saints exclaimed. Yixing's spear was too terrifying. Even though they were not the target of the attack, they could not help but be shocked. Ah! Facing Yixing's attack, Zhen Qiuxi did not have time to speak. He only had time to roar. Whoosh! In an instant, a flaming star rushed out from between his eyebrows and hung in the sky. Countless flaming stars fell, increasing Zhen Qiuxi's star power greatly. Astrology, flaming star. Zhen Qiuxi's astrology was the same as Zi Shanhuo's. It was a fire-based astrology, but it was not as good as Zi Shanhuo's earth-fire star. However, as a fire-based astrology, it was much more powerful than an ordinary astrology. Zhen Qiuxi roared and waved the spiritual weapon in his hand. It turned into a flaming saber screen as he defended himself with all his might. Under the support of the star power of the fire astrology, the flaming saber screen was like an impenetrable wall. Zhen Qiuxi's strength was top-notch among the 3-star martial saints. If he defended with all his strength, even the top 3-star martial saints would find it difficult to break his defense. As for Yixing, he was merely a 2-star martial saint. However, Yixing's strength was not only at the level of a 2-star martial saint. In particular, the might of the Dark Spirit Spear that he had unleashed was something that not even a 3-star martial saint could compare with. Therefore, even if Zhen Prison Temple defended with all its might, it was futile against Yixing's spear technique. Boom! The tip of the spear collided with the saber screen. With a loud explosion, sparks flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the purple feather spear pierced a large crack in the flaming blade screen. Especially at the tip of the spear, the flaming blade screen shattered and caved in. With the terrifying power of Yixing's spear, it would not take more than 2 or 3 breaths of time for it to be completely penetrated. Once the flaming blade screen was penetrated, Zhen Prison Temple's body would be penetrated by the purple feather spear. Seeing the flaming blade screen shattering and the tip of the spear shattering, all the spectating martial saints felt their hearts jump to their throats. The process of slowly penetrating the spear screen and killing Zhen Prison Temple was even more nerve-wracking and shocking than the instant death of Zhen Prison Temple. Stop it! Below the life and death ring, someone shouted. It was the core disciple, Ma Ji. The life of a pro-disciple is protected by the sect rules. Yixing, even if you kill Jin Prison Temple on the life and death ring, according to the sect rules, you still have to die. Only the disciples of the enlightened being elders were called pro-disciples. Every pro-disciple had an enlightened being master who had a close relationship with the highest level of power in the sect. Therefore, pro-disciples were specially protected by the sect rules. Even if a pro-disciple had violated the sect rules, or even committed a capital offense, he could only be punished by the sect. Ordinary disciples were not allowed to take his life, no matter when or where. It was for this reason that Jin Prison Temple felt that he was 100% safe before the battle. This was because if he killed Yixing, it would be fine. However, if Yixing killed him, it would be a capital offense. As for his defeat on the life and death ring, according to the rules, his life and death would be decided by Yixing. However, as long as Yixing did not kill him on the life and death ring, he would not die under the protection of Elder Hua Tianshu. However, at this moment, facing Yixing's ferocious attacks, Jin Prison Temple thought that Yixing would not dare to kill him. However, the fear of death made him lose his composure. Only fear remained. Ma Ji's words did not affect Yixing. Yixing's attacks did not slow down. Like a hot knife through butter, the purple feather spear continued to shatter the flaming blade screen and pierced forward. It was true that personal disciples were protected by the sect rules. However, the fact that personal disciples could not be killed was only relative to ordinary inner disciples. As for Yixing, he was not an ordinary inner disciple. He was also a personal disciple of an elder. Moreover, he was the personal disciple of Array Formation Elder Lin Fenghua. When personal disciples fought on the life and death ring, it was natural to determine life and death. As long as there was a chance, they could kill each other. Ma Ji said this because he did not know that Yixing was also a personal disciple. Other than Lin Tongyu, no one else knew this. Therefore, when they heard that Yixing was determined to kill Jin Prison Temple, they all frowned. This was practically mutual destruction. Although Yixing did not use the power of astrology and was able to defeat Jin Prison Temple despite being a rare talent, Jin Prison Temple was the personal disciple of an elder of the Tool Pavilion. Who was Elder Hua Tianshu? She was the wife of the sect master. Yixing had committed such a crime. Therefore, Hua Tianshu would definitely not let Yixing off. In the blink of an eye. 2 to 3 breaths of time had passed while Ma Ji was speaking. After Ma Ji finished speaking, the purple feather spear completely penetrated the flaming saber curtain in the blink of an eye. The purple feather spear carried the power of darkness and continued forward, drowning the flames. In an instant, Jin Prison Temple's entire body was shrouded in darkness. In the darkness, a shrill scream was heard. Yixing, you are courting death. Ma Ji roared when he saw that Yixing did not respond to his words. The power of darkness dissipated in an instant. Everything that happened on the life and death ring appeared clearly in everyone's eyes. Yixing and Jin Prison Temple stood half a foot apart. The purple feather spear had penetrated Jin Prison Temple's chest. The handle of the spear was in Yixing's right hand. Jin Prison Temple's eyes were wide open. They were filled with fear, disbelief, and pain. His expression was frozen. He was already dead. The life and death battle had ended. Yixing had won without any injuries. Jin Prison Temple was dead. Below the life and death ring, cries of surprise could be heard. When the battle started, most of the martial sages were on Jin Prison Temple's side. Obviously, they did not expect this result. He Hongjiao, Ma Ji, Lu Ju, Gu Ming, and the other core disciples looked pale. Some were gritting their teeth. They were all furious. At this moment, Elder Wang Shui, who was half a step away from perfected person, sighed. He waved his hand and retrieved the 8 formation flags. The 8-gate formation that covered the life and death ring disappeared. He Hongjiao looked at Ma Ji and nodded. Ma Ji immediately leaped up and rushed onto the life and death ring. The martial sages were in an uproar. What was Ma Ji trying to do? Entering the life and death ring meant that one had to fight to the death. Ma Ji was a core disciple who was superior. There was no reason for him to enter the life and death ring to challenge an inner disciple. This was a matter that would cause others to gossip about and embarrass him. Swoosh, 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 Ma Ji was an expert in swordsmanship. While he was in the air, he had already taken out a spiritual weapon. The sword radiance was like the moon. In an instant, he had already attacked 3 times. Each attack was a killing move. He attacked Yi Xing with the intention of instantly killing Yi Xing on the life and death ring. Ma Ji was a core disciple. Furthermore, he was one of the best among the 4-star martial sages. Below the life and death ring, the martial sages were all shocked. Facing Ma Ji's killing move, Yi Xing's gaze turned cold. He shook his purple feather spear and flicked it. Zhen Qiuxi's corpse immediately flew up and flew towards the 3 sword radiances. Ma Ji wanted to kill Yi Xing with 3 sword strikes. Yi Xing let Zhen Qiuxi's corpse receive the sword strikes. If these 3 sword strikes hit, Zhen Qiuxi would probably be cut into pieces. Although Zhen Qiuxi was dead, Ma Ji did not dare to damage Zhen Qiuxi's corpse. He could only quickly withdraw his sword and land at the edge of the life and death ring to receive Zhen Qiuxi's corpse. At this moment, Yi Xing jumped and somersaulted backwards. He got off the life and death ring and shouted, "As a core disciple, you have already lost your dignity by challenging me, an inner disciple. Now that you are on the life and death ring, you did not even challenge me. Instead, you launched a sneak attack on me. Do you have any shame?" Hearing this, the martial sages started to discuss among themselves. Their words were all criticizing Ma Ji. It was easy for a high-level disciple to bully a low-level disciple. Moreover, Ma Ji did not even challenge Yi Xing on the life and death ring. This made the martial sages very unhappy. If a high-level disciple was like this, how would the inner disciples present have a good life in the future? Wouldn't they become fish on the chopping block? Naturally, they were all full of vigor. Ma Ji stood on the life and death ring. Hearing the discussions of the martial sages, he was unhappy. He snorted coldly and said, "Who said that I wanted to challenge you? Yi Xing, who do you think you are? You are not worthy of my challenge." Humph. Yi Xing, you killed Zhen Qiuxi, a pro-disciple. According to the sect rules, this is a capital offense. As the pro-disciple of the law enforcement elder, I naturally have to arrest you and hand you over to the law enforcement hall. Do you think you can escape after getting off the life and death ring? Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will catch you. As soon as Ma Ji said this, his image immediately changed. Since Ma Ji was enforcing the law, there was nothing more to say. When catching criminals, it didn't matter if your cultivation was low or not. Even if you were just an ordinary warrior, if they wanted to catch you, they would still catch you. Seeing that Ma Ji was about to attack again, Yi Xing laughed and said, "Who said that I broke the sect rules and committed a capital offense? Zhen Qiuxi was a pro-disciple, and so was I, Yi Xing. What crime is there in killing him on the life and death ring?" Hearing this, the whole place fell silent. Yi Xing was also a pro-disciple? What kind of joke was this? Ha ha ha. After a while, Ma Ji burst out laughing. You are also a pro-disciple? You don't know how to brag. How long have you been an inner disciple? Who would accept you as a pro-disciple? This is a load of nonsense. Do you think you can escape by making up a lie? Stop talking nonsense and come with me to the law enforcement hall. Thank you, Long Hu Do brothers, for your 10,000 coins. Thank you. Thank you, Lonely is Lonely, Wuyuan Buddha, Midnight Breeze, Fire Music King, Only Love You, Abt 5432, Maple Charm, Weasel 22, Dark Night Sorrow, Buried Fairy Tale, and other brothers for their tips. Thank you very much. Chapter 220. Ma Ji did not believe that Yi Xing was a personal disciple at all. This was because Yi Xing had only been an inner disciple for a month. During this month, no perfected person had accepted Yi Xing as a personal disciple. It was a big deal for a perfected person to accept a personal disciple. If it was true, the other people in the Falling Star sect would know about it. Who after Ma Ji laughed, he circulated his star essence and his sword chi was shocking. He wanted to continue attacking Yi Xing looking at his power. If he attacked again, it would be a thunderous attack. He is indeed a personal disciple. However, at this moment, someone spoke up for Yi Xing. The voice was pleasant. When the martial saints heard it, their eyes lit up. It was Lin Tongyu, one of the two beauties of the Falling Star sect. Lin Tongyu was a new core disciple. She used to be the first in the inner sect. Her father was the only array elder in Thelen Fenghua. Her grandfather was the grand elder of Thelen Shuyuan. Her identity and status were not trivial. Her words carried a lot of weight. With Lin Tongyu as a witness, Ma Ji had to stop his attack and stop his surging aura. He said, "Junior sister Lin, he has only been in the inner sect for a month. Which perfected person elder accepted him as a personal disciple? If he is really a personal disciple, why don't I know about it? Why don't all of you know about it?" Although his words were polite, the questioning in his tone was obvious. When the martial saints heard this, they nodded. They also did not believe that Yi Xing was a personal disciple. Lin Tongyu said, 1.5 months ago, junior brother Yi found the star crystal vein and blocked the disciples of the East supporting sect with his array to protect the star crystal vein. My father rushed to the star crystal vein and saw that junior brother Yi was very talented in arrays. He accepted junior brother Yi as a personal disciple. I was also there at that time. Can my father's disciple be considered a personal disciple? Everyone was stunned. The martial saints knew how important an array master was. Without an array master, the sect would not be safe. The Falling Star sect was able to pass down its legacy because it had many level 3 arrays. These level 3 arrays were set up and repaired by generations of level 3 array masters. If a sect did not have a formation master, and if there was no successor for the formation Dao, then it would be at risk of being destroyed at any time. The Falling Star sect had Lin Fenghua, a level 3 array master. Even a level 4 sage would not be able to get away with it. Without Lin Fenghua, the array was just a dead array. Although it could resist a level 4 sage for a short period of time, it would not last long. With the strength of the Falling Star sect and its sphere of influence, its enemies were usually only at the level of a 3-star true master. It was extremely rare for it to encounter an enemy at the level of a 4-star true master. Therefore, as long as there was a formation master, the legacy of the sect would never be broken. Array masters were closely related to the legacy of the sect, which showed their importance. Among the elders of the most important one was the array master. The disciple of the formation elder was naturally a personal disciple. Furthermore, he was a personal disciple with a special status. His status was comparable to the personal disciples of the sect leader. He is the direct disciple of the formation elder? Ma Ji asked hoarsely. He found it hard to believe that Yi Xing actually had such an identity. However, Lin Tongyu was also an important person among the Falling Star sect disciples. She could not possibly be lying. Although Ma Ji used a questioning tone, he was actually stating an unbelievable fact. It was not just Ma Ji. He Hongjiao, Lu Ju, Gu Ming, and the other core disciples, all the inner sect disciples, and the other martial sages present were all shocked. They never expected that Yi Xing was also a personal disciple. Furthermore, he was the personal disciple of the formation elder. Countless people in the Falling Star sect wanted to become the formation elder's disciple. Unfortunately, no matter how talented they were, the formation elder would not take a liking to them. He only took disciples based on their talent in formations. In all these years, the formation elder had only taken in one disciple, Lin Tongyu. This was because Lin Tongyu was his daughter. He had never taken in a true disciple before. My father will arrive at the Falling Star sect tomorrow. At that time, he will announce this news. Lin Tongyu's voice rang out, dispelling the doubts of the martial sages who were still in disbelief. Ma Ji stood on the life and death platform, his face ashen and his cheeks burning. Anger burned in his heart. Yi Xing was a personal disciple. Killing Zhenqiu Si on the life and death platform did not violate the sect's rules. Therefore, Ma Ji did not have the right to arrest Yi Xing. However, he rushed onto the life and death platform and attacked Yi Xing without saying anything. This was a complete joke. As a core disciple, he felt that he had lost all his face. Since you are a personal disciple, why didn't you say so earlier? You purposely hid your identity to embarrass me? Ma Ji flew into a rage out of humiliation. He gritted his teeth and casually found a reason to blame Yi Xing. Yi Xing smiled faintly. Do I have to tell you that I am the formation elder's personal disciple? Do I have to announce it to everyone? As a person, one should not be so ostentatious. Keep a low profile, understand? Ma Ji felt his chest swell. Hot blood almost gushed out of his body. Junior brother Ma, let's go. Below the life and death platform, He Hongjiao waved at Ma Ji and turned to leave. Although Hua Tianchu's order was to kill Yi Xing, there was no reason to find trouble with Yi Xing today. Yi Xing was the formation elder's personal disciple. If he was aggressive and purposely bullied the formation elder, things would get out of hand. Therefore, they could only give up today. Zhenqiu Si's death would be in vain. Ma Ji stood on the life and death platform and was in a dilemma. He Hongjiao's words gave him a way out. He quickly left the life and death platform and left with He Hongjiao. Lu Ju and Gu Ming followed closely behind. The nearby martial sages made way for them. When He Hongjiao and the other core disciples left, they glanced at Yi Xing. The hatred in their eyes was obvious. Yi Xing had just become an inner disciple for a month, but he had already killed a top 10 inner disciple and offended a few core disciples. This was unprecedented in the Falling Star sect. The martial sages saw this and knew that Yi Xing had made many enemies in the Falling Star sect. Therefore, even though Yi Xing was now one of the top 10 inner disciples, not many inner disciples came to greet him. Most of the inner disciples left quickly, avoiding Yi Xing. They were afraid that others would misunderstand that they were friends with Yi Xing. Soon, the surroundings of the life and death platform were deserted. Only Lin Tongyu was left beside Yi Xing. Senior sister Lin, thank you for being my witness. Otherwise, they would not have let this go. Yi Xing thanked Lin Tongyu. Although he had used his full strength and was not afraid of Ma Ji, he did not want things to escalate to that stage. Otherwise, he would have exposed all his trump cards. Lin Tongyu smiled faintly like a blooming flower. You were originally my father's disciple, and I was merely speaking the truth. On the other hand, junior martial brother Yi, you're truly surprising. Your heaven's mandate is clearly not high, but your martial talent is so high that it is shocking. Our sect has never seen anyone succeed in cultivating the dark spirit spear art for more than 700 years, and you have even comprehended the power of darkness. In the future, if your cultivation increases, you will have great achievements. Yi Xing laughed. His dream was much higher than Lin Tongyu's great achievements. As for the future, there was no need to talk about it. Yi Xing said, you said that your father will return to the sect tomorrow. Is the situation at the Star Crystal Lode stable? Lin Tongyu nodded, yes. The East supporting sect suffered 2 losses in a row and gave up the fight for the Star Crystal Lode. They have retreated. My father has set up many level 3 formations near the lode. The East supporting sect can't take them down. That's good. Yi Xing was delighted. He was the one who discovered the star crystal lode. He did not expect the East supporting sect to take it away. Now that the falling star sect had completely defended the star crystal lode, Yixing was completely relieved. The two chatted for a while and then left. Yixing went to the elixir pavilion. He had absorbed the star crystal spiritual essence and raised his cultivation to the second level of the celestial vortex realm. There was still a lot of pure astral energy left in his body. In the past month, Yixing had been cultivating his archery and spear skills. He had also gradually absorbed the pure astral energy in his body and consolidated his cultivation to the later stage of the celestial vortex realm. Now that the pure astral energy in his body was gone, Yixing had some low-grade spiritual herbs with him. He planned to ask an alchemist to refine them into spiritual pills to aid his cultivation. He wanted to break through to the third level of the celestial vortex realm as soon as possible. There was only 1 month left before the opening of the Falling Star secret area. Zi Shanho had instructed Yixing to fight for the opportunity to enter the Falling Star secret area. Otherwise, he would have to wait for another 3 years. With Yixing's current strength, he was confident that he could challenge a core disciple of the fourth level of the celestial vortex realm. However, Yixing did not want to reveal his trump card in a public challenge. Therefore, it would be best if he could defeat a core disciple of the fourth level of the martial saint realm without using his astrology to enter the Falling Star secret area. It was too difficult to defeat a fourth-level martial saint without using his astrology when he was only at the second level of the celestial vortex realm. However, if he could break through to the third level of the celestial vortex realm and become a 3-star martial saint, it would be a piece of cake. Elixir Pavilion. Yixing reported his identity as a direct disciple to the Elixir Pavilion's deacon and requested to refine pills. The deacon then brought him to a half-step perfected person elder of the Elixir Pavilion. Coincidentally, the half-step perfected person elder of the Elixir Pavilion was Gongyang Xian, who was in charge of Yixing's entrance into the Falling Star sect. Gongyang Xian, a half-step perfected person, was also a middle-grade alchemist. Yixing had only been in the Falling Star sect for a few months. First, he rose to the top of the outer sanctum. Then, he discovered the star crystal mine in the Green Cloud Mountains and obtained 10,000 contribution points. With the star crystal spiritual essence, he broke through to the celestial vortex realm and became a martial saint. He was promoted to an inner sanctum disciple. Especially today, when Yixing killed the top 10 inner sanctum disciple, Zhenqiu Si, on the life and death arena. The news spread like wildfire in the An. Gongyang Xian had already heard of it. As one of the outer sanctum disciples that Gongyang Xian had accepted, Yixing had achieved so much and caused such a big commotion. It was hard for Gongyang Xian not to pay attention to him. Naturally, he recognized Yixing. Gongyang Xian sized up Yixing, and his heart was filled with shock. Yixing had entered the Falling Star sect as the top disciple in the assessment. At that time, Gongyang Xian had never imagined that in just a few months, Yixing would reach such a level. Thank you to Evil Spirits Dance for the 10,000 contribution points. Thank you to Dark Night Sorrow and Wind Walking Under the Heavens for the contribution points. Thank you. There will be a third update tonight, starting from today. Chapter 221. I did not expect you to have such a promising future. Gongyang Xian sighed and said in a shocked tone, Yixing, you have really exceeded this old man's expectations. Yixing smiled faintly. He was not arrogant or boastful. He also did not say anything hypocritical and modest. Instead, he went straight to the main topic. Yixing said, Disciple's fate is low and I need spirit pills to aid my cultivation. I have some inferior grade spirit herbs with me. Elder Gongyang, please help me refine them. Gongyang Xian nodded, take out your spirit herbs and let me take a look. It is rare for you to be so promising. As the person in charge of recruiting you, this old man also feels proud. Today, I will refine pills for you for free. There is no need for you to pay me. When one asked an alchemist to refine pills, one had to pay the alchemist 30% of the refined pills as a reward. This was the sect's rule. Furthermore, this was the internal price of the sect. If one was not from Theon, would have to pay 50% of the refined pills as a reward. Hence, being an alchemist was an extremely wealthy profession. Yixing took out all the spirit herbs he had on him. There was a total of 6 stalks. One of them was a clear spirit grass and the other 5 were holy spirit grass. They were all less than 200 years old and were inferior grade spirit herbs. Clear spirit grass could be used to refine clear spirit pills, which were detoxifying spirit pills. Holy spirit grass could be used to refine holy spirit pills, which were used to raise one's cultivation. Gong Yongxian's expression changed slightly. Spirit herbs were precious herbs that were extremely hard to obtain. Even inferior grade spirit herbs were not easy to obtain. When early-stage martial sages entered the Azure Cloud Mountain range to search for spirit herbs, they would return empty-handed most of the time. If they were lucky, they might find 1 or 2 stalks. If they were even luckier, they might find 3 stalks. Yixing took out 6 inferior grade spirit herbs at once. To an early-stage martial sage, this was a lot of inferior grade spirit herbs. According to Gong Yongxian's expectations, when Yixing asked him to refine pills, he would only ask for 1 holy spirit herb or 2 at most. He did not expect so many. 1 stalk of spirit herb could be used to refine 3 spirit dawn. 6 stalks of spirit herbs could be used to refine 18 spirit dawn. The value of 1 spirit dan was already very high. 18 low-grade spirit dawn was a relatively large sum of money. If Gong Yongxian took 30% of the reward, he could get 5 low-grade spirit pills. 5 pills were already very precious. However, Gong Yongxian had already said that he would refine pills for free. As a sect elder and a middle-rank alchemist, he naturally wouldn't go back on his word for such a small benefit. 1 clear spirit grass, 3 clear spirit pills, 5 saint spirit grasses, and 15 saint spirit pills. Come to me tomorrow at this time to collect the pills. Gong Yongxian nodded. If it was a low-rank spirit alchemist, the success rate of refining low-rank spirit pills might not be 100%. However, Gong Yongxian was a mid-rank spirit alchemist. Naturally, there would be no mistakes when refining low-rank spirit pills. Thank you, Elder Gong Yang. Yixing cupped his fists and bowed to Gong Yongxian to express his gratitude. Yixing wanted to improve his cultivation quickly. The more spirit dawn, the better. It was naturally best that Gong Yongxian didn't take any reward. Yixing wouldn't force it on him. After leaving the elixir pavilion, Yixing went to his residence. On the way, he met Chu Jingyue. He and Chu Jingyue hadn't seen each other for a month and a half after parting ways in the Star Crystal Lode. After Yixing returned to he naturally heard the news about Chu Jingyue. He knew that she had been accepted as a pro-disciple by Hua Tianshu. Yixing was depressed about this for a long time. However, Yixing had already thought it through. Chu Jingyue was just an ordinary 9-star Red Life disciple. She was at the bottom of the inner disciples. It was her fortune to have an elder accept her as a pro-disciple. Yixing didn't need to take it to heart. Moreover, Hua Tianshu hated him because he came from Zishan Commandery. In Hua Tianshu's heart, he was Zishan Ho's man. Chu Jingyue came from Donghu Commandery and had no grudges with Hua Tianshu. Although he didn't know why Hua Tianshu accepted her as a pro-disciple, he wouldn't harm her. Therefore, Yixing was happy for Chu Jingyue in his heart. However, since Chu Jingyue was already Hua Tianshu's pro-disciple, Yixing had drawn a line in his heart to separate him from Chu Jingyue. After all, their standpoints had changed. In Yixing's opinion, from now on, it was better for him to have less contact with Chu Jingyue. Therefore, after leaving the Yixing didn't plan to meet Chu Jingyue. Now that he suddenly met Chu Jingyue, it was beyond Yixing's expectations. Senior Brother Yi. When Chu Jingyue saw Yixing, her eyes suddenly lit up and she was still enthusiastic. In her heart, Yixing had always occupied an extremely important position and had left an indelible mark. Junior sister Chu. With a smile on his face, Yixing nodded at her. When he and Jin Xiaosi went to the life and death platform just now, he didn't see Chu Jingyue. It could be seen that Chu Jingyue was not there at that time. The life and death battle between him and Jin Xiaosi had attracted a lot of attention in the Falling Star sect. So many inner disciples, inner deacons, and even core disciples had come to watch the battle, but Chu Jingyue didn't come. It could be seen that she couldn't come at that time. But now, she was here. Yixing thought for a moment and guessed that she must have come looking for him for something. Chu Jingyue rushed to Yixing and said excitedly, "Senior brother Yi, you're getting more and more powerful. I heard about the battle between you and senior brother Zhen on the life and death platform. You didn't use astrology or archery, but you defeated senior brother Zhen. You're much stronger than when you were at the star crystal lode." Chu Jingyue didn't have any reaction to Jin Xiaosi's death. Chu Jingyue was very clear about the grudge between Yixing and Jin Xiaosi. She had personally witnessed Jin Xiaosi chasing after Yixing outside the sect. If he hadn't been trapped by Yixing's formation, Yixing would have been in danger last time. Therefore, even though Jin Xiaosi was now Chu Jingyue's senior brother, in Chu Jingyue's opinion, he deserved to die. However, she didn't know that Jin Xiaosi and Yixing's battle on the life and death platform was not only because of their grudge, but also because of her master, Hua Tianshu. At that time, I hadn't learned spiritual martial arts. Of course, it can't be compared to now. Yixing smiled faintly and said, "Junior sister Chu, you're here on the orders of the equipment pavilion's elder, right?" Chu Jingyue nodded and said, "Yes. After I was accepted as my master's pro-disciple, she taught me martial arts and guided me in my cultivation. I've been cultivating in seclusion under her guidance until something happened to senior brother Zhen. Senior brother Yi, my master is a very good person. She didn't vent her anger on you because senior brother Zhen died in your hands. Instead, she admires your martial arts talent very much and wants to accept you as her disciple. She asked me to tell you that you can learn from the formation elder and you can learn martial arts from her. In the future, she will cultivate you into a pillar of the Falling Star sect." Yixing couldn't help but laugh in his heart. If Hua Tianshu accepted Chu Jingyue as her pro-disciple because Chu Jingyue was his friend and she wanted Chu Jingyue to persuade him, then it would be too ridiculous. Although Yixing found it ridiculous, he naturally wouldn't change his position because of Chu Jingyue's words. However, after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't impossible. After all, Hua Tianshu didn't know what kind of person Yixing was. Perhaps she thought that he was someone who would easily change his position. Seeing Yixing remain silent, Chu Jingyue asked, "Senior brother Yi, have you thought about it? You have such a high martial arts talent. If you can get my master's help in your cultivation, you will definitely have great achievements in the future." Chu Jingyue didn't know that Yixing had already acknowledged Zi Shanho as his master. She only knew that Yixing was the pro-disciple of the formation elder Lin Fenghua. Lin Fenghua would definitely only teach Yixing the formation Dao. Therefore, Yixing still needed a martial arts master. In Chu Jingyue's opinion, it would be best for Yixing to acknowledge Hua Tianshu as his master. In this way, Yixing would have someone to help him in his cultivation. Moreover, she and Yixing would become true martial brothers and sisters, and their relationship would definitely be closer. Yixing smiled faintly and shook his head. "Junior sister Chu, please thank your master for my kindness. Just say that I appreciate it. I have already acknowledged my martial arts master. It's Zi Shanho. In the Falling Stars sect, the formation elder is my formation Dao master, and Zi Shanho is my martial arts master. I will not acknowledge anyone else as my master." Yixing knew very well that Hua Tianshu couldn't win him over. There was only one result, and that was to suppress him to death. Therefore, it didn't matter if Hua Tianshu knew that he was Zi Shanho's disciple. After all, they were on opposite sides. Now that Yi Xing's wings had hardened, and he had acknowledged the formation elder Lin Fenghua as his master, his status in the Falling Stars sect was extraordinary. With Lin Fenghua's protection, he wasn't afraid of Hua Tianshu, the sect master's wife and the Tool Pavilion's elder. There was no harm in letting Hua Tianshu know that he was Zi Shanho's disciple. Moreover, in this way, Yi Xing would also express his attitude. Not only was he Zi Shanho's man, but he and Zi Shanho were master and disciple. This would cut off Hua Tianshu's thoughts of roping him in. So Zi Shanho is your master. No wonder he was so anxious when I told him about you that day. Yi Xing's rejection made Chu Jingyue a little absent-minded, and her words suddenly jumped far away. She really wanted to develop a deeper relationship with Yi Xing, but she keenly felt that there was a layer of barrier between the two of them from Yi Xing's words. The smile on Yi Xing's face didn't change, and he said, "Junior sister Chu, pass on my words to the Tool Pavilion's elder. Also, tell her that my master is very good to me. My master's grudge is my grudge, and I will never betray my master and acknowledge someone else as my master." Chu Jingyue pursed her lips and nodded. "Since your relationship with Zi Shanho is so deep, then I won't persuade you. Senior brother Yi, I'll leave first. If you go out to do sect missions in the future, come find me." Yi Xing patted Chu Jingyue's shoulder. "I won't go out for the time being, but if there's a chance in the future, I'll come find you." Go. Chu Jingyue left. She naturally couldn't understand the meaning of Yi Xing's words, but as long as she passed on his words to Hua Tianshu would deeply understand the meaning of Yi Xing's words. Zi Shanho's grudge was his grudge. This was Yi Xing's declaration of war. His master's grudge would be settled by him, Yi Xing. Chapter 222.in The Elder Mansion of the Tool Pavilion. Hua Tianshu sat in the main seat with a serene expression, listening to Yi Xing's original words delivered by Chu Jingyue. Master is willing to let bygones be bygones and accept him as a disciple. It's his honor. How dare he refuse? He Hongjiao stood beside Hua Tianshu, looking indignant. She was very dissatisfied with Yi Xing's words. He doesn't know what's good for him. Hua Tianshu was nearly 50 years old, but she looked very young, like a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Her skin was as white as snow and as smooth as jade. Her appearance was even more beautiful than her disciple, He Hongjiao. Moreover, Hua Tianshu had an indescribable temperament compared to He Hongjiao, which was more attractive. Hua Tianshu's mood was much calmer than He Hongjiao's. She always had a faint smile on her face. After hearing Chu Jingyue's words, Hua Tianshu laughed and waved to Chu Jingyue. "Since he doesn't want to, let's forget about it. Jingyue, go back and continue to practice the marriage beauty skill. Raise your cultivation as soon as possible." "Yes, master. I'll go now." Chu Jingyue excused herself and turned to leave. When Chu Jingyue left the hall, the smile on Hua Tianshu's face froze. Instantly, it became livid and gloomy. His master's grudge is Yi Xing's grudge. Humph. This guy is declaring war on me. He wants to seek justice for Zi Shanho and treats me as an enemy. Humph. Hua Tianshu whispered to herself. She snorted twice in one sentence. It could be seen that the smile on her face was just an act. In fact, her heart was burning with anger. He Hongjiao said, "Master, you don't have to take it to heart. What can Yi Xing achieve in the future? I heard that his heavenly fate is only a 2-star red fate. This heavenly fate is at the bottom among ordinary warriors. He has only managed to reach his current level of cultivation by relying on opportunities and luck. It is true that his martial arts talent is monstrous, but his heavenly fate has determined that it will be difficult for him to achieve anything in his cultivation. Even if he has another opportunity in the future and is able to become a middle-level martial saint, that would already be heaven-defying. However, in Master's eyes, he is still an ant-like existence. If he dares to make an enemy out of Master, Master can crush him with a flip of his hand. Murderous intent flashed in Hua Tianqu's eyes as she said, "He is not a threat, but he must die." He Hongjiao pondered for a moment before she shook her head and said, "He's already the personal disciple of the Formation Elder, and the Formation Elder is about to leave the Starfall sect. It won't be easy to eliminate Yi Xing." The corners of Hua Tianqu's mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. "He won't live for long. It won't be long before everything ends." As she spoke, the smile on Hua Tianqu's face grew wider and wider, and she looked extremely proud. He Hongjiao felt that there was a hidden meaning in Hua Tianqu's words. She didn't know what she meant when she said that everything would come to an end, but she could tell that Hua Tianqiu was very happy at the moment. Her anger had already dissipated. After chuckling for a while, Hua Tianqiu looked at He Hongjiao and said, "Hongjiao, have you learned everything I taught you?" He Hongjiao said solemnly, "Thank you for your concern, Master. I've learned everything well. Don't worry, Master. Only you and I know what I've learned. I haven't revealed it to anyone else." Hua Tianqiu nodded. Work hard. As long as you stay by my side firmly, you'll definitely become a great contributor in the future. You'll get whatever you want. If you leak the news, no one will tolerate you. You'll end up very miserably." He Hongjiao said seriously, "I'll remember Master's teachings." The next day, the Formation Elder Lin Fenghua arrived at the Starfall sect. Sect Master Lu Tianyuan and his wife, Hua Tianqiu, led many of the sect's higher-ups to the entrance of the sect to welcome the great contributors who had protected the Star Crystal mine. As Lin Fenghua's disciple and daughter, Yi Xing and Lin Tongyu were naturally also in the welcoming party. This was Yi Xing's first time seeing Sect Master Lu Tianyuan and his wife, Hua Tianqiu. Although they were far away, Yi Xing's super eyesight allowed him to see the two of them clearly at a glance. Lu Tianyuan should be around 50 years old. However, he looked very young, like a young man in his mid-20s. In real life, he had a lifespan of 200 years. His appearance was half of his real age. This was normal. As for Hua Tianqiu, Yi Xing was a little surprised. She was so young that she looked like a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Based on the convention that a real person's appearance was half of their real age, Hua Tianqiu was close to 50 years old. She should look like a 24 or 25-year-old. There was still a big difference between a 17 or 18-year-old and a 24 or 25-year-old. Hua Tianqiu had obviously cultivated a beauty cultivation technique. Therefore, she looked younger than her real age. As for Yi Xing, Hua Tianqiu also glanced at him from afar. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a trace of disdain. The star crystal vein that Yi Xing had discovered was rich in minerals. According to estimates, there were at least 1 million of them. In such a rich vein, it was very likely that there were mid-grade star crystals in the depths. Middle-grade star crystals were 100 times more precious than low-grade star crystals. Arrays that were rank 3 and above required mid-grade star crystals. If this star crystal lode really contained mid-grade star crystals, then it would be a huge treasure trove. Lin Fenghua was the main reason why the Falling Star sect could protect the star crystal vein. If it weren't for Lin Fenghua's level 3 array, the Falling Star sect wouldn't have been able to protect the vein no matter how long Yi Xing could protect it. Because of Lin Fenghua's contribution, Sect Master Lu Tianyuan had personally come to the sect to welcome him back to show his respect. If it were other enlightened masters, they wouldn't have received such treatment. Not long after, a purple flame eagle appeared on the horizon. Yi Xing looked into the distance and saw the middle-aged man standing on the back of the purple flame eagle. It was his master, Lin Fenghua. The purple flame eagle grew bigger and bigger in everyone's eyes. Soon, it arrived in front of them and landed on the ground. Lin Fenghua jumped down from the eagle's back. Sect Master Lu Tianyuan greeted him with a smile. Senior Marshal Brother Lin, you've worked hard. Hua Tianshu followed beside Lu Tianyuan and also smiled. The East supporting sect has been defeated twice. First, it was because of the Grand Elder's strength, and second, it was because of Senior Marshal Brother Lin's powerful array. This time, the sect was able to protect the Star Crystal Vein because of Senior Marshal Brother Lin. The entire sect is grateful. Welcome, Elder Formation. The other sect members bowed to Lin Fenghua in unison and congratulated her. Smiling, Lin Fenghua walked up to Lu Tianyuan and said, Sect Master, I don't dare to accept such an honor. As a member of Theat, it is my responsibility to guard the Star Crystal Lode. Lin Fenghua then nodded at Hua Tianshu. Thank you, Elder Hua. Lin Fenghua was obviously colder to Hua Tianshu than to Lu Tianyuan. Then, Lin Fenghua waved at the other sect members who came to greet him. Everyone, this is too grand, please go back. Lu Tianyuan laughed loudly. Senior Marshal Brother Lin, I've already arranged a banquet in the Falling Star Hall. When you return, everyone will have gone back. Wouldn't it be too lively for you and me to drink cold wine? Don't go, let's go to the Falling Star Hall to welcome Elder Lin. Lin Fenghua couldn't refuse, so he called Yi Xing and Lin Tongyu over and brought them to the Falling Star Hall. In the Falling Star Hall, Lin Fenghua publicly announced that Yi Xing was his disciple. If it weren't for the life and death battle between Yi Xing and Zhenqiu Si yesterday, Lin Fenghua's announcement today would have shocked everyone. However, the news that Yi Xing was the Array Formation Elder's disciple had spread like the wind throughout the Falling Star sect. By now, there were only a few people who didn't know, so Lin Fenghua's announcement didn't cause much of a stir. At the banquet, the sect's upper echelons all toasted Lin Fenghua. Because of Lin Fenghua's presence, Yi Xing was also in the limelight at the banquet. Unlike yesterday, when he occupied Zhenqiu Si, there were many sect disciples today who came to befriend Yi Xing under the instructions of their elders. In the sect's upper echelon's view, it was necessary to build a good relationship with Yi Xing and Lin Fenghua. Moreover, since Lin Fenghua had accepted Yi Xing as his disciple, Yi Xing must have a high talent in array formations. Perhaps, he would have some achievements in array formations in the future. If they were to face difficulties in the future, with the help of an array formation master, they might be able to walk out of the predicament easily. After the banquet, it was already afternoon. Yi Xing bid farewell to his master, Lin Fenghua, and went to the elixir pavilion. He found Elder Gong Yang Xian and received 18 low-grade elixirs. 3 clear spirit elixirs and 15 saint spirit elixirs. Gong Yang Xian's alchemy efficiency was indeed very high. When Yi Xing arrived, he gave all 18 low-grade elixirs to Yi Xing. Gong Yang Xian said, "You picked these spirit herbs from the same place, right? They are very close to each other. The clear spirit herb is more than 170 years old, and the 5 saint spirit herbs are more than 190 years old." Yi Xing nodded. Gong Yang Xian said, "When a spirit herb is more than 200 years old, it is considered a middle-grade spirit herb. Your spirit herbs are all close to 200 years old, especially the saint spirit herb, which is more than 190 years old. Its medicinal properties are very close to that of a middle-grade spirit herb. The saint spirit elixirs refined from it are very effective for cultivation. Even for a 4-star or 5-star martial sage, this is an excellent cultivation elixir. Many thanks, Elder Gong Yang. This time, Elder Gong Yang did not ask for a reward from me. If I obtain more spirit herbs in the future, I will definitely give them to Elder Gong Yang as a token of my gratitude." Yi Xing thanked Gong Yang Xian. 1 month later, he would try to enter the Fallen Star secret realm. This was a sealed space. It was said that there were spirit herbs produced there. Gong Yang Xian refined 18 elixirs for him without asking for a reward. Yi Xing would naturally remember this kindness in his heart. If there was a chance in the future, he would repay Gong Yang Xian. Work hard. Gong Yang Xian smiled slightly and did not say much. After leaving the elixir pavilion, Yixing's heart was filled with sweetness. He was very happy. These 15 Saint Spirit elixirs were excellent cultivation elixirs for 4-star or 5-star martial sages. Now that he was only a 2-star martial sage, the effects were naturally better. Now that he was at the late stage of the 2nd-star vortex realm, it seemed that there was a great chance for him to break through to the 3rd-star martial sage realm within a month. Working hard to write, begging for a monthly ticket. Chapter 223. At night. Back mountain. The black hole constellation appeared and darkness enveloped everything. Yixing swallowed an inferior-grade Saint Spirit pill and immediately felt a surge of astral power. Yixing circulated the pure Yuan skill and absorbed the medicinal energy in his body. At the same time, the black hole constellation produced a terrifying devouring power and absorbed the star origin energy in the universe. With these two factors, Yixing's cultivation speed was more than 10 times that of an ordinary person. The black hole constellation blocked all the fluctuations of stellar energy. Even though Yixing was absorbing a large amount of stellar energy, no one in the falling star sect could sense the fluctuation of stellar energy. Yixing cultivated until midnight before he stopped and returned to his residence to rest. During the day, he had to learn Array Dao from Lin Fenghua and cultivate the medium-grade martial spirit heavenly bat steps. He could not stay up all night like when he was cultivating the dark spirit spear art. Array Dao Elder's residence. Yixing and Lin Fenghua sat opposite each other. Lin Fenghua took out an array diagram and placed it between the two of them. Today, I will teach you the grade 2 array, copper wall array. Yixing was puzzled. Master, I have already learned the coiled snake array. Aren't you going to let me continue to practice the coiled snake array and reach a higher level? Lin Fenghua shook her head and said, didn't you say that you want to fight for a spot in the Falling Star Secret Land? The Star Hall in the Falling Star Secret Land can only use trapping and defensive arrays. Killing and illusory arrays are prohibited. If you focus on comprehending the copper wall array, it will be helpful for you to break through the Star Hall. The Falling Star Secret Land was an enclosed space. It was vast and in the middle of it, there was a Star Hall. The Falling Star skill that the founder of the Falling Star sect obtained came from the Star Hall. The Falling Star Secret Land opened once every 3 years, and each time it opened, it would be open for a month. After a month, the Star Hall in the middle of the Falling Star Secret Land would open and martial artists in the Secret Land could enter the Star Hall. According to the records, the Star Hall had a total of 3 levels. Every time one passed a level, one would obtain a corresponding reward. The higher the level, the better the reward. If one failed to pass a level, one would be teleported out of the Star Hall. After passing one level of the Starry Hall, there was still another level. The Starfall sect had been established for more than 700 years, but until now, no one had been able to pass the 3rd level. Therefore, they had all failed in the Starry Hall and were sent out. As for whether or not one would be teleported out after passing the 3rd floor, no one had experienced this before, so no one knew. In the following days, Yixing would learn the copper wall formation from Lin Fenghua during the day. Furthermore, every afternoon, he would take some time to practice the middle-tier martial spirit heavenly bat movement technique. At night, the darkness was his world. Yixing would sneak into the back of the mountain and use the black hole astrology and the Saint Spirit pill to cultivate quickly. Needless to say, Yixing's cultivation speed was 1,000 miles a day. The Saint Spirit pill was powerful. One Saint Spirit pill was enough for Yixing to cultivate for more than 3 days. He had 15 Saint Spirit pills, which was enough for him to cultivate for more than a month. As for learning the copper wall formation, Yixing was already a level 2 array master. He had the experience of mastering the level 2 coiling snake formation. In addition, his talent in array formations could be said to be heaven-defying, so his learning speed was extremely fast. As for the heavenly bat movement technique, Yixing's talent in martial arts was also very high. With the help of the super brain, and his understanding of the wind force, which was very helpful to his cultivation of Qinggong martial arts. His cultivation speed was not slow. Array formations, cultivation, martial arts, in these three areas, Yixing was improving rapidly. If anyone knew about this, they would definitely be stunned and would prostrate themselves before him. With the array master Lin Fenghua, Yixing's safety in the Falling Star sect was guaranteed. No one dared to plot against him. What he needed to do every day was to wholeheartedly cultivate. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Yixing's cultivation was the first to break through. He reached the third level of the Celestial Vortex realm and became a 3-star martial saint. With the breakthrough in cultivation, the strength of Yixing's celestial essence increased greatly. His strength also improved greatly. After becoming a 3-star martial saint, Yixing could be said to have a well-thought-out plan to enter the Falling Star secret realm. With his dark spirit spear art at the small success realm, since he did not use astrology, he did not fear any of the 4-star martial saints among the core disciples of the Falling Star sect. A few days later, Yixing's cultivation of array formations had also made qualitative progress. He finally succeeded in setting up the copper wall formation for the first time, reaching the entry level. Although he had the experience of learning a level 2 array formation, Yixing had learned a level 2 array formation in less than 20 days. This still shocked Lin Fenghua. With Yixing's speed of progress in array formations, it would not take long for him to catch up with his master. There was no end to martial arts. There was no end to array formations. After Yixing became a 3-star martial saint, he continued to cultivate. After learning the copper wall formation, he continued to practice array formations. In comparison, the heavenly bat movement technique was the last to break through among the three. After a total of 27 days, Yixing finally reached the entry level of the heavenly bat movement technique. The heavenly bat movement technique was a middle-grade spiritual martial art. Even at the entry level, its speed was extremely fast. It was equivalent to the large success realm of a lower-grade spiritual martial art. Together with the wind, its speed was even faster. After becoming a martial saint, Yixing's light body technique had become his weakness. In terms of speed, Yixing could only rely on the wind. Without the spiritual martial art light body technique, he could only rely on the wind. Although his speed was not slow, it was not outstanding. And now, speed would be Yixing's greatest strength. Not to mention a beginner martial saint, even a middle-grade martial saint would not be able to compete with Yixing in terms of speed. In 3 days, the Fallen Star secret territory would open. This was a major event that only happened once every 3 years in the Falling Star sect. Although only the core disciples were qualified to enter, it still received the attention of most of the people in the Falling Star sect. As the main characters entering the Fallen Star secret territory, each core disciple was naturally excited as they waited for the day when the Fallen Star secret territory opened. According to the rules of Thief, a disciple was over 25 years old, they would be promoted to a deacon, a noble, or an elder according to their cultivation. Therefore, the core disciples were all under 25 years old. In order to become a core disciple, most of them had to be over 20 years old. Some geniuses were around 18 or 19 years old. Therefore, many core disciples only had 2 chances to enter the Fallen Star secret territory in their lifetime. Only a few geniuses had 3 chances. Therefore, every core disciple placed great importance on entering the Fallen Star secret territory. Time passed quickly and it was the day before the Fallen Star secret territory opened. Ma Ji had been living a carefree life recently. Since the Fallen Star secret realm was about to open, and he had the qualifications to enter the Fallen Star secret realm, he used the promise of giving each of them a low-grade spirit herb to get 2 good-looking inner court female disciples into his bed. As soon as Ma Ji thought of the 2 female disciples' exquisite figures, he felt extremely satisfied. Today, he had found a 3rd female disciple with good looks. As a core disciple, he was already adored by the female disciples of the inner sect. Coupled with the promise of a low-grade spirit medicine, it was not difficult to get them to sleep with him. Judging from the female disciples' attitude toward him today, it was certain that he would get them into his bed. However, as Ma Ji was on his way to his residence with the female disciple, he was stopped by Yi Xing. As soon as Ma Ji saw Yi Xing, his good mood instantly vanished. His face turned cold as he said, "A good dog does not block the way. Get lost." Yi Xing had made a name for himself among the inner disciples after killing Zhenqiu. In addition, he was the core disciple of the formation elder, thus the inner disciples were respectful toward him. The female disciple beside Ma Ji did not dare to be arrogant when she saw Yi Xing. She respectfully greeted him, "Senior brother Yi." Yi Xing nodded calmly. His gaze landed on Ma Ji as he said, "I challenge you. Do you have the guts to fight with me in the dueling arena?" Ma Ji was stunned. He carefully sized up Yi Xing and then frowned. "Your cultivation has made another breakthrough. You have become a 3-star martial sage. How is this possible?" Yi Xing had become a martial sage because of the star crystal spiritual essence. Moreover, he had made consecutive breakthroughs to become a 2-star martial sage. The disciples of the Falling Star sect were envious and jealous of him. Therefore, all the disciples thought that Yi Xing had become a martial sage because of his good fortune. It would be impossible for him to improve his cultivation in the future. However, how long had it been? Yi Xing's cultivation had made another breakthrough and he had become a 3-star martial sage. This of course shocked Ma Ji. He could not believe it. The female disciple beside Ma Ji also widened her eyes in disbelief. She looked at Yi Xing as if she was looking at a monster. Yi Xing smiled faintly. "Why? Are you afraid that I have become a 3-star martial sage? Aren't you a little too cowardly?" Ma Ji snorted coldly and shouted, "Do you think I am afraid of you? I have wanted to beat you for a long time. Today, you have delivered yourself to me. How can I not beat you up? Let's go to the battle arena." The gap between a 3-star martial sage and a 4-star martial sage was bigger than the gap between a 2-star martial sage and a 3-star martial sage. 2 and 3-star martial sages were beginner martial sages. As for 4-star martial sages, they were intermediate martial sages. There was a gap between 3 and 4-star martial sages in terms of cultivation and strength. Although Yi Xing had killed Zhenqiu when he was a 2-star martial sage, now that Yi Xing had become a 3-star martial sage, Ma Ji was not afraid of him. The reason why he was shocked was because Yi Xing's cultivation had increased too quickly. He was not afraid of Yi Xing's strength. Yi Xing had expected Ma Ji to accept the challenge. He curled his lips and revealed a smile of success. Then, he walked toward the inner square. If Yi Xing wanted to enter the Falling Star secret land, he had to prove that he was not weaker than the core disciples. Therefore, he had to challenge someone. Since he had to challenge someone, Yi Xing would naturally challenge the person he wanted to beat the most. Among the core disciples, Yi Xing wanted to beat Ma Ji the most. This was because after Yi Xing had killed Zhenqiu in the life and death arena, Ma Ji had rushed to the life and death arena and attacked him. Although he did not hurt Yi Xing physically, he had angered Yi Xing mentally. That day, Yi Xing was only a 2-star martial sage and did not want to reveal his astrology. Therefore, he was afraid of Ma Ji. Now, Yi Xing was a 3-star martial sage and had mastered the heavenly bat steps. His strength was not the same as before. Even if he did not use his astrology, he was confident that he could defeat Ma Ji. Since this was the case, Yi Xing naturally chose Ma Ji as his opponent. Chapter 224. Not long after, Yi Xing and Ma Ji arrived at the inner court plaza. Yi Xing's challenge to Ma Ji was heard by other disciples. It was a big deal for an inner court disciple to challenge a core disciple. The disciples who heard the news quickly ran to the inner court plaza and spread the news. In such a short time, many disciples had already rushed to the inner court plaza. Moreover, it just so happened that two inner court disciples who were not on good terms with each other were dueling on the battle arena. Many inner court disciples had already gathered in the inner court square. When Yixing and Ma Ji arrived, the outcome of the duel had just been decided. When the inner court disciples who were about to leave heard that Yixing and Ma Ji were going to duel on the battle stage, their eyes lit up and they all stopped in their tracks. Not to mention how shocking it was for an inner court disciple to challenge a core disciple. Just the fact that Yixing was going to challenge someone was enough to attract everyone's attention. He was obviously a 2-star Heavenly Fate Realm cultivator with low cultivation talent. However, his martial talent was shockingly high. When he first entered he rose to become the first in the outer court. After becoming an inner court disciple for a month, he killed Zhenqiu, one of the top 10 inner court disciples, on the life and death arena. Yixing was recognized as a dark horse by all the disciples of the Falling Star sect. Everything related to him was something that all the disciples were interested in. Moreover, the person Yixing was challenging this time was Ma Ji, a core disciple. Countless disciples were looking forward to this battle. It was a pity that Yixing and Ma Ji went to the battle stage as soon as they arrived at the inner court plaza. If they waited for half an hour, the inner court plaza would be filled with people. The number of people would definitely not be less than when Yixing and Zhenqiu dueled a month ago. It's only been a month. Senior brother Yi is actually challenging a core disciple. Senior brother Ma Ji's cultivation is at the peak of the 4th level of the Celestial Vortex realm. Among the 4-star martial saints, his strength is first class. Senior brother Yi actually dares to challenge him? Did he take the wrong medicine? Yeah. Senior brother Ma Ji is not like Zhenqiu. A 4-star martial saint is far from being comparable to a 3-star martial saint. This is the difference between an intermediate martial saint and a beginner martial saint. What do you know? Senior brother Yixing's cultivation had already broken through to the 3rd level of the Celestial Vortex realm. When he was a 2-star martial saint, he had killed Zhenqiu without using his astrology. Now, he was already a 3-star martial saint. With his understanding of the force of darkness and the dark spirit spear technique, how many 4-star martial saints could match him? Don't tell me I'm not qualified to fight senior brother Ma Ji. What? 3rd level of Star Vortex realm? My god, senior brother Yixing is really a 3-star martial saint. How is this possible? Yes. Didn't senior brother Yixing rely on the astral crystal spiritual essence to become a martial sage? His heavenly fate is only a trashy 2-star scarlet fate. How could he have broken through to become a 3-star martial saint so quickly? Below the duel stage, the inner court disciples were discussing fervently, exclaiming one after another. All the inner sect disciples knew how difficult it was to cultivate in the Star Vortex realm. Most of them were geniuses in the martial saint heavenly fate realm. In the 9th level of the Star Tempering realm, their cultivation speed was extremely fast. At a young age, they had already become martial saints, which was a legend to ordinary martial artists. However, after breaking through the Star Vortex realm and becoming a martial saint, their cultivation speed began to slow down. Most of them could not break through to the next level in 1 or 2 years. They felt that they were very far away from becoming a middle martial saint. As for Yixing, the reason why he had become a martial sacred was because he had absorbed the star crystal spiritual essence, allowing him to reach the heavens in a single bound. As such, the inner disciples of the Falling Star sect looked down on Yixing in the beginning. However, after meeting Yixing, they had a whole new level of respect for Yixing. After becoming an inner sect disciple for only a month, he had killed Zhenqiu, one of the top 10 inner sect disciples. All the inner sect disciples were deeply shocked. They no longer dared to look down on Yixing. Instead, they were in awe of him. They had thought that although Yixing was powerful, his cultivation talent was low. It would be difficult for him to improve his cultivation in the future. Therefore, he could only shine among the inner sect disciples. However, after only a month, Yixing's cultivation had broken through and he had started to challenge the core disciples. This was naturally out of the inner sect disciples' expectations. They were all shocked and could not believe it. In the duel arena, Yixing stood with the purple feather spear in his hand. His aura was like a towering mountain. He stood there as if he wanted to hold up the entire sky. On the other hand, Ma Ji held a spiritual weapon in his hand. Its aura was so sharp that it cut in all directions as if it wanted to shatter everything. The auras of the two of them were tit for tat. The spear aura was heavy and the sword aura was sharp. The two of them were engaged in an intense battle. After the two of them entered the duel arena, they did not say a word. Their intense auras collided. The battle between the two of them had already begun. The spear aura was as heavy as a mountain. Even though Ma Ji's sword aura was sharp, it could not break through Yixing's aura at all. After only 7 or 8 breaths, Ma Ji gave a loud shout. His sword was like a ray of light as he launched a substantial attack on Yixing human sword, monarch sword. The sword technique that Ma Ji practiced was the lower-grade spiritual martial technique, 3 talents sword technique. The 3 talents sword technique was divided into heaven, earth and human swords. The heavenly Tao was unpredictable. The earth was thick. The human Tao was the king. The monarch sword was the ultimate technique of the human sword, the most powerful sword. Ma Ji's 3 talents sword technique had already been cultivated to the great success stage. All kinds of sword moves, even the ultimate techniques, could be performed smoothly as if the conditions were right. When he stabbed out with his sword, it was as if the monarch was pointing at the mountains and rivers. It was unstoppable and intimidating in all directions. Indeed, Ma Ji hated Yixing to the core. His first attack was an ultimate technique. He attacked with all his strength and wanted to use a thunderous method to severely injure Yixing. This was not the life and death arena. Naturally, Ma Ji did not dare to kill Yixing in a duel. However, the sword had no eyes. It was unavoidable to be injured in a duel. Since Yixing had entered the duel arena, he had to leave a deep memory for Yixing. Below the duel arena, everyone present were inner disciples. There was not a single core disciple. Their cultivation was lower than Ma Ji's. Facing Ma Ji's monarch sword, they all felt a chill on their necks and in their hearts. However, the true target of this monarch sword, Yixing, had a calm expression. He did not show any fear. On the contrary, there seemed to be a faint mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. Yixing suddenly stabbed out with his spear. The spear was like a dragon. It was like a needle against an awn as it charged towards Ma Ji. With a piercing sound, a hole was instantly pierced through the air. The purple feather spear carried the power of darkness and contained an extremely terrifying power. It accurately pierced the tip of Ma Ji's spirit weapon sword. Clang, the spear and sword collided and sparks flew. However, Ma Ji could not appreciate the splashing sparks. Instead, he was enveloped by the terrifying power of darkness. Everything in front of him turned black. The spirit weapon sword in his hand trembled and an extremely terrifying power was transmitted over. Ma Ji's attack instantly collapsed. As if his body had suffered a heavy blow, he was instantly catapulted backwards. In a head-on clash, Ma Ji was defeated in one move. Below the duel arena, a wave of incredulous exclamations came. Previously, there were many disciples who were surprised that Yixing dared to challenge Ma Ji. It was obvious that they doubted Yixing's strength. Now, it seemed that Yixing's strength was much more terrifying than they had imagined. Compared to Ma Ji, in terms of strength, he was even stronger. After all, Ma Ji was a top 4-star martial saint. Not only had he mastered the 3-talent sword art, he had also mastered the flying crane steps, an inferior grade spirit martial art. He was only half a step away from mastering it. In the blink of an eye, Ma Ji controlled his body while flying backwards. He did not get thrown out of the duel arena by Yixing's spear. His body fell and landed steadily on the edge of the duel arena. This is definitely not the entry-level Dark Spirit Spear art. Could it be, your Dark Spirit Spear art has reached the small success stage? Ma Ji landed on the ground. He still had a lingering fear from Yixing's spear attack. He looked at Yixing and exclaimed in disbelief. Dark Spirit Spear art, small success stage? Below the duel arena, all the martial saints sucked in a breath of cold air. If they were given any middle-grade spirit martial art, it would be difficult for them to master it to the entry level. However, Yixing had mastered it to the small success stage. Furthermore, he had mastered the Dark Spirit Spear art that no one in the Falling Star sect had been able to master for more than 700 years. What kind of martial art talent was this? Everyone's hearts trembled. This was simply inconceivable. Pointing the purple feather spear at Ma Ji, Yixing still had a faint smile on his face as he said, "What? Are you afraid of the small success stage of the Dark Spirit Spear art? Do you want to admit defeat? Senior brother Ma Ji." Yixing emphasized the words, "Senior brother Ma Ji." Everyone could hear the meaning behind Yixing's words. If Ma Ji admitted defeat because of fear, then as a core disciple of the senior brother, he would lose all his face. Chapter 225. Ma Ji's face turned ashen. He was extremely fearful of the Dark Spirit Spear technique at the initial stage. The middle stage spiritual martial force was extremely powerful. It was comparable to the advanced stage of the lower stage. If it was the initial stage of the middle stage, its power would be even more terrifying and would be comparable to the perfect stage of the lower stage. Although the martial arts were only divided into the initial stage, advanced stage and perfect stage, besides the perfect stage, the first three stages were in fact three stages. Within the same stage, there would be differences in martial arts attainment. Also, the higher the stage, the greater the difference. Under the situation where martial artists were the same in all other aspects, they would all be at the advanced stage of the lower stage. However, those with high attainment could defeat those with low attainment in one move. There was such a huge difference. Yixing's Dark Spirit Spear technique was comparable to the perfect stage of the lower stage. Ma Ji's three-talent sword technique had only reached the advanced stage. The power was incomparable. Thus, of course, Ma Ji was fearful of Yixing's Dark Spirit Spear technique. However, with Yixing's words, Ma Ji did not have the face to admit defeat. Besides, although Ma Ji had the thought of admitting defeat, it only flashed across his mind. Even without Yixing's reminder, as a core disciple, Ma Ji would not admit defeat in front of Yixing just because of a slight setback. This was not only related to his dignity as a core disciple, it was also related to the pride in his heart. He would never believe that he would lose to Yixing, whom he viewed as dirt. Ma Ji snorted angrily, "Admit defeat?" The combat power of a martial artist is not only about who has more power, but also techniques and changes. You think you can win against me with the initial stage of the Dark Spirit Spear technique? Don't even think about it. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Ji's speed was extremely fast, like a crane soaring in the sky. His body floated unpredictably as if he had changed his position. Instantly, many afterimages of Ma Ji appeared on the battle stage. Whoosh! Ma Ji attacked with his sword again, and the sword light was resplendent. Different from the aggressive human sword, Emperor Sword, from before, Ma Ji's sword technique floated unpredictably like his body and was as fast as flowing light. The sword light spat out, and each sword attack came at Yixing from unexpected angles. It was the sky sword technique of the three-talent sword technique. The Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Sword was also known as the Impermanent Sword. Swordsmanship was all about variations and winning by surprise. Between two ordinary people, one only had a strength of 100 jin, while the other had a strength of 200 jin. With such a huge difference in strength, it was obvious that the one with 200 jin of strength was stronger. However, if these two ordinary people were to have a battle of life and death, the one with the strength of 200 pounds would definitely not be the winner. Although he had a high chance of winning, the one with the weaker strength still had a chance of killing the one with the stronger strength. This was true between ordinary people, and it was also true between martial artists. The dark spirit spear technique was powerful, but it didn't mean that the stronger the spear, the more one would win. However, a martial artist's reaction speed was thousands of times stronger than an ordinary person's. The gap between them would also be magnified. Those who were powerful were usually stronger in other aspects. Therefore, if a martial artist with weak power wanted to defeat a powerful martial artist, the chances of winning against a powerful martial artist were even smaller than if a normal person had weak power. In the face of Ma Ji's ever-changing sword techniques, Yi Xing held his spear and stood as still as a mountain. Regardless of the opponent's ever-changing moves, I will remain still. No matter how fast Ma Ji's sword techniques were, he had to hit Yi Xing before he could hurt him. However, Xing stopped his attacks by remaining still. He ignored all the tricks from afar. Once an attack came close, he would sweep, stab, flick, or smash with the purple feather spear in his hand. Regardless of whether it was the sword or the sword gleam, they would all be repelled. When he executed the dark spirit spear technique, his speed became faster and faster. It turned into a dark spear screen that guarded his surroundings. No matter how Ma Ji attacked, he could not break through. Although the dark spear screen had a defensive effect, it was not the defensive spear technique of the dark spirit spear technique. Instead, it was a dark brilliance that Yi Xing formed naturally to block his opponent's attacks. Due to the power of darkness, it looked like a pitch-black screen. At this moment, Yi Xing did not use his super brain to scan his opponent's attacks. He only relied on his reaction speed and martial arts attainments to fight with Ma Ji to improve his fighting instincts. Ma Ji's attacks were like a storm. His sword gleams were endless. However, Yi Xing stood tall like a mountain. He waved the purple feather spear and defended himself from all directions. No matter how Ma Ji's swordsmanship changed, no matter how profound it was, it could not penetrate Yi Xing's defense. Ma Ji's figure and sword gleams were everywhere on the dueling platform. The spectating martial sages could barely see Yi Xing's figure. They could only tell from the blurry figure that Yi Xing had not moved from his original spot. The two of them fought with speed. Before long, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. In the beginning, Ma Ji could not threaten Yi Xing. The more he fought, the angrier he became. However, after more than 10 moves, Ma Ji's heart grew colder. With Yi Xing's defense, even if he practiced the impermanent sword for a year, he would not be able to break through. In this duel, Yi Xing stood on the undefeated side. Moreover, Yi Xing stood still and consumed less celestial essence. When Ma Ji used the impermanent sword, he also used the soaring crane steps, which consumed a lot of celestial essence. If the fight went on for a long time, he would be defeated by Yi Xing's counterattack once his celestial essence was exhausted. After 50 moves, Ma Ji changed his mind and did not want to fight anymore. Now that the two of them were tied, and it seemed that he was suppressing Yi Xing, it was the right time to stop. The minor success of the dark spirit spear technique is indeed extraordinary. Yi Xing, it seems that our strength is on par. It will be difficult for me to defeat you today. In the battle, Ma Ji said loudly. He said this to give himself a way out. Then, after 3 to 5 moves, he stopped and ended the fight in a draw. In this way, it would be difficult for Ma Ji to defeat Yi Xing. Therefore, it was reasonable for them to end the fight in a draw. Although others would be shocked by Yi Xing's strength, Ma Ji would not lose face. Ma Ji wanted to end the fight in a draw, but Yi Xing did not think so. When Yi Xing heard Ma Ji's words, he knew what Ma Ji meant. He suddenly laughed. You and I are on par. Ha ha ha. Whoosh! While laughing, Yi Xing's figure moved instantly. Middle rank spiritual martial art, heavenly bat steps. Heavenly Bat Steps was a middle-rank spiritual martial art. Even if it was only at the entry level, its speed was shocking. A low-rank spiritual martial art needed to be cultivated to the great success realm to have such speed. And Ma Ji's soaring crane steps had not been cultivated to the great success realm. He was only close to it. Naturally, he was slower than Yixing's heavenly bat steps. Moreover, when Yixing used the heavenly bat steps, he had integrated the wind into it. It was as if the wind was created by the wings and his speed increased explosively. Ma Ji was using the soaring crane steps. As he moved rapidly, his position kept changing. However, Yixing's speed was much faster than his. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of him. The purple feather spear carried a dark light and swept over in an instant. Undercurrent surged. This spear did not seem to be fast. In fact, when he reacted, it was already impossible to dodge. Ma Ji was greatly shocked. He had never expected that Yixing would have such speed. This meant that if Yixing wanted to defeat him, he could do so anytime. In a hurry, a ray of starlight rushed out from between Ma Ji's eyebrows and turned into a green star that floated in the sky. A large amount of star power fell down and enveloped Ma Ji. Under the support of the star power, Ma Ji's strength multiplied. The spiritual weapon sword in his hand exploded with bright starlight and instantly blocked in front of the purple feather spear. Clang! When the spear and sword collided, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The terrifying power of the dark spirit spear art, which was at the small success realm, was fully displayed at this moment. Even if Ma Ji used the star power, he could not block Yixing's move. In the explosion, the spiritual weapon sword was almost bent into a crescent shape by the purple feather spear. In an instant, Ma Ji's body was sent flying by the huge force from the sword. After flying for dozens of meters, Ma Ji fell to the ground. He tasted something sweet in his throat and a mouthful of blood surged up. Fresh blood rushed to his mouth, but Ma Ji forcefully swallowed it back. He was a dignified core disciple, yet he was sent flying by a third-level star vortex stage inner disciple's spear. This was already a great humiliation. If he were to spit out more blood, it would be even more humiliating. However, even though he swallowed the blood back, there was still a trace of blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. This proved that he was injured. Whether Ma Ji vomited blood or not, the inner disciples no longer paid attention to it. At this moment, they were all dumbfounded. Yixing had defeated Ma Ji. Didn't this mean that Yixing's strength had surpassed all the inner disciples and was at the same level as the core disciples? Moreover, with Ma Ji's strength as a standard, even among the core disciples, Yixing's strength was above average. Chapter 226. Ma Ji got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was flushed red. As a core disciple, Ma Ji was a genius among the geniuses of the Falling Star sect. Furthermore, his older brother, Ma Run, was the personal disciple of the Falling Star sect master. Furthermore, he was the #1 genius of the Falling Star sect's younger generation. With this relationship, Ma Ji's reputation among the Falling Star sect's disciples soared to the sky. Ma Ji, who had always been proud and arrogant, had never been in such a sorry state. At this moment, he wished that there was a crack in the ground for him to crawl into. He no longer had the face to stay here. He glanced at Yixing with resentment and quickly left. Yixing even dared to declare war against Hua Tianshu, so how could he care less about Ma Ji's malice towards him? The corners of his mouth curled up as he left the arena and quickly left. With the battle record of defeating core disciple Ma Ji and the suggestion of formation elder Lin Fenghua, Yixing would definitely obtain a spot to enter the Fallen Star's secret realm. It wasn't until Yixing and Ma Ji left that the inner disciples recovered from their shock. They looked at the backs of the two and exclaimed. My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? Senior brother Ma Ji was really defeated? Oh my god. Senior brother Ma Ji is considered to be in the upper middle among the core disciples. He actually lost to senior brother Yixing? How long has it been? Senior brother Yixing's strength has already reached the level of a core disciple and is in the upper middle. Is senior brother Yixing really a 2-star heavenly fate realm? Have you seen such a monstrous 2-star heavenly fate realm? Thinking about senior brother Yixing's rise, it's really shocking. How long has it been since he entered the sect? Including the time he spent in the outer sect, it's only been a few months. It's simply too monstrous for him to achieve such an achievement. Yeah. I'm afraid there's no senior in the Falling Star sect who has such a fast growth speed, not even the enlightened Heavenly Fate Realm seniors. And senior brother Yixing is only an ordinary Heavenly Fate Realm cultivator. This is really unbelievable. Yixing's rise was indeed unbelievable. In the history of there had never been such a heaven-defying character like him. If he was an enlightened being heaven's mandate genius, then everyone would naturally be able to accept it. However, Yixing was only an ordinary heaven's mandate, and he was at the bottom of ordinary heaven's mandate, a 2-star crimson fate. The Fallen Star secret land will open tomorrow. Senior brother Yixing's strength has already surpassed many of the core senior brothers. I wonder if the sect will allow him to enter the Fallen Star secret land. After a round of discussion, some disciples discussed whether or not Yixing had entered the Falling Star mystic realm, and the answer was yes. After Yixing defeated Ma Ji, he reported to the formation elder, Lin Fenghua. Lin Fenghua immediately went to sect master Lu Tianyuan and brought up the matter. With a record of defeating a core disciple and a recommendation from the formation elder, Lu Tianyuan didn't even hold a meeting with the elders. Instead, he agreed immediately and made an announcement within the sect. On that day, everyone in the Falling Star sect knew that the Fallen Star mystic realm would open tomorrow, and an exception would be made for inner disciple Yixing to enter. Furthermore, everyone in the Falling Star sect also knew that Yixing had defeated Ma Ji in the duel arena. In the Yixing's reputation was completely shaken. Whether it was winning first place in the outer sect or defeating Zhenqiu Temple in the inner sect, Yixing's reputation wasn't as resounding as this time. A core disciple was already the highest rank in the Falling Star sect. Yixing had defeated Ma Ji, which meant that he had stepped into the ranks of the strongest disciples in the Falling Star sect. Although he wasn't the strongest disciple, it was enough to earn the respect and worship of all the inner and outer sect disciples. In particular, Yixing had only been in the Falling Star sect for a few months. This added a layer of legendary color to Yixing. Speaking of Yixing's experience in this was simply a legendary story. Only in legends would there be such a monstrous genius who rose so quickly. However, the disciples of the Falling Star sect were very clear that Yixing's heavenly fate realm was very low. He was only a 2-star Crimson Life realm cultivator. This was something that Yixing had passed the test in the Purple Mountain Academy. It was precisely because he was only a 2-star Crimson Life realm cultivator that Yixing's speed of growth was even more legendary. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable things were legendary. This was the difference between legendary and ordinary deeds. Falling Star Sect, Weapon Pavilion Elder's Residence. He Hongjiao reported the news of Yixing defeating Ma Ji and obtaining the qualifications to enter the Falling Star Mystic Realm to Weapon Pavilion Elder Hua Tianshu. Speaking of this, He Hongjiao was incomparably surprised and shocked. Hearing this, Hua Tianshu's gaze changed frequently. She was secretly shocked. Yixing actually became a 3-star martial saint so quickly and even defeated Ma Ji. It was truly unbelievable. Just what kind of luck does this kid have? Or perhaps, there was a secret that no one knew about. Otherwise, how could he grow so quickly when his cultivation talent is obviously poor? It's really hard to imagine. Hua Tianshu secretly said to herself, people with luck will sooner or later spoil things. It seems that the sooner this kid is eliminated, the better. Isn't he going to enter the Falling Star Mystic Realm this time? Humph. Thinking of this, Hua Tianshu's expression froze, and the killing intent in her eyes disappeared in a flash. After He Hongjiao finished her report, she stood aside with her head lowered, not daring to speak. Hua Tianshu raised her hand, and a black shuttle half the size of a palm appeared in her hand. She threw it toward He Hongjiao. He Hongjiao caught it with both hands and felt the aura of the black shuttle. She said in surprise, "Master, this is a forbidden weapon?" Hua Tianshu nodded and said, "This is a forbidden weapon equivalent to a middle-grade spiritual weapon. It's called the soul-severing shuttle. Although it's not the best, it has no problem killing a 7-star martial saint." He Hongjiao gasped, and her hands, which were holding the soul-severing shuttle, trembled slightly. A 7-star martial saint was an advanced martial saint who could be conferred the title of Marquis. This little soul-severing shuttle could actually kill a 7-star martial saint. Although He Hongjiao was surprised, she did not doubt it at all. A forbidden weapon equivalent to a middle-grade spiritual weapon could definitely kill a 7-star martial saint. A dim light flashed in He Hongjiao's heart. She said, "Master, you gave the soul-severing shuttle to me, because in the falling star mystic realm, kill Yi Xing." Hua Tianshu said resolutely, "This time, there can be no more accidents." Yi Xing was just a 3-star martial saint. However, Hua Tianshu gave He Hongjiao a forbidden weapon that could kill a 7-star martial saint. It could be seen that she was determined to kill Yi Xing in the falling star mystic realm. He Hongjiao put away the soul-severing shuttle and nodded. She said, "Master, don't worry. I will definitely kill Yi Xing in the falling star mystic realm. Moreover, I don't need the soul-severing shuttle to kill Yi Xing. With my strength, it's more than enough to kill him." Hua Tianshu said indifferently, "Hongjiao, don't be arrogant and complacent. Since you want to do something, you must be absolutely sure. Don't forget your junior brother's lesson." He Hongjiao's expression turned solemn. "Yes, Master." The day of the opening of the falling star mystic realm had arrived. Yi Xing and the core disciples, led by sect master Lu Tianyuan and many senior members of the sect, came to the Falling Star Valley. The Falling Star Valley was located in the central area of the among several mountains. It was said that a star fell from the sky and smashed into the valley, so it was called the Falling Star Valley. The falling star was in the Falling Star Valley, and the Falling Star mystic realm was on top of the falling star. There were layers of seals in the Falling Star Valley. Lin Fenghua stepped forward and opened a passage to the depths of the Falling Star Valley, leading to the Falling Star mystic realm. When the passage appeared, sect master Lu Tianyuan stepped forward and said loudly, "Core disciples, you are the pillars of the sect and the future of the sect. When you enter the Falling Star mystic realm, you must pay attention to your safety. Don't act recklessly. If you encounter any difficulties inside, you must help each other and overcome the difficulties together. I hope that you can reach the Starry Hall in a month and return safely. Go in." As soon as Lu Tianyuan finished speaking, a young man of 22 or 23 years old walked out from behind him and waved to the core disciples. "Junior brothers, follow me." The young man was dressed in a silver robe. He was tall and slender, with sword-like eyebrows and square eyes. He looked dignified. He addressed all the core disciples as junior brothers and stood behind Lu Tianyuan. Obviously, he was the sect master's personal disciple, the chief disciple of the Falling Star sect, Ma Run. As Ma Run waved his hand, all the core disciples walked out from behind their master. Yi Xing also walked out. At this moment, he felt a piercing gaze on him. "Let me tell you brothers a piece of good news. Because of my occasional break in updates, the God of Arrows has automatically withdrawn from the payment plan. Brothers, your subscriptions can be reduced by 1 cent per 1,000 words. He. I will make up for it when I update, but you can save the 1 cent per 1,000 words fee." Chapter 227. The owner of the gaze was the sect leader's wife, Hua Tianshu. Hua Tianshu's gaze flashed past Yi Xing's body, but even in such a short moment, Yi Xing could feel the intense killing intent in Hua Tianshu's heart. Feeling Hua Tianshu's killing intent, Yixing became vigilant. It seemed like this trip to the Fallen Star secret territory was not that safe. However, only core disciples could enter the Fallen Star secret territory. Therefore, Hua Tianshu could not enter the Fallen Star secret territory herself. If Hua Tianshu wanted to kill Yixing, she could only do it through her disciple, He Hongjiao. Yixing looked at He Hongjiao, and He Hongjiao happened to look at Yixing. When their eyes met, He Hongjiao's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Chief disciple Ma Ren had already taken the lead and entered the passage. The other core disciples followed closely behind him, entering according to their rankings. He Hongjiao was one of the top 10 core disciples, so she quickly entered the passage. As an inner disciple, Yixing was naturally the last. There were only about 20 core disciples in total. Not long after, he also entered the Fallen Star Valley, disappearing from the sight of the Fallen Star sect's upper echelons. The passage opened by Lin Fenghua led to the depths of the valley, in front of a huge meteorite. The Fallen Star secret territory was on this meteorite. When the core disciples approached it, they were directly transported into the secret territory. This was a very vast space, like another world. There were many spatial cracks in the void, which showed that this space was not stable. This was the reason why the Fallen Star sect only sent core disciples in. If experts with high cultivation were to enter, the secret territory would not be able to withstand the pressure, and it might collapse faster. Not far behind the core disciples was a dark light world, which was the edge of this world. In front of them was a wide field of vision, but 10 miles away, there were countless flames that covered the horizon. Even if Yixing looked into the distance, he could not see the edge of the sea of flames. Ma Ren stood at the front of the group of disciples and pointed at the sea of fire in front of them. In front of us is the sea of fire. After the sea of fire is the desert. After the desert is the ice mountain. After the ice mountain is the area where the stellar hall is located. After passing through the sea of fire, we have to split up and walk separately. After passing through the sea of fire, if you can meet up, then walk together. Finally, everyone will meet at the stellar hall. After pausing for a while, Ma Ren continued, "Junior brothers and sisters who are entering the Falling Star secret land for the first time, please take note. Do not stay in the sea of fire for too long. If you stay in one place for too long, it will cause a fire tide. The longer you stay in one place, the stronger the fire tide will be. The strongest fire tide can even incinerate a peak martial sage." In the end, Ma Ren reminded, "Also, if you see a spatial rift, don't go around it. That's a dangerous place that can even kill an adept in an instant." These matters were all explained to them by their respective elders and masters. All the disciples were very clear about it. Ma Ren's reminder left a deep impression on them. "Got it, eldest senior brother." Many disciples responded. Ma Ren nodded and said, "With your strength, it should not be a problem for you to pass through the sea of fire, the desert, and the ice mountain to reach the Star Hall. Now, let's go. See you at the Star Hall." There was a reason why the Falling Star sect only allowed core disciples to enter the Falling Star secret land. The core disciples were at least 4-star martial sages and had the strength to pass through the 3 dangerous places in the Falling Star secret land. However, the inner disciples could not do so. Even 3-star martial sages had a high chance of dying in the 3 dangerous places. The disciples spread out and headed toward the sea of fire in front of them. From afar, the land of fire looked like a sea of fire. In fact, it was not. 90% of the ground was covered by fire. However, there were some small areas that did not have any fire. These small areas were either connected by roads or were not far apart. Cultivators could forcefully charge through the fire to reach the place. Therefore, they could pass through the land of fire. "Junior brother Yi." Lin Tongyu called out to Yixing from afar. She made a gesture to encourage Yixing. On Yixing's left was Lin Tongyu. The two of them were several hundred meters apart. Yixing heard her and waved at Lin Dongyu. Then, Lin Tongyu passed through a path without any fire and rushed into the sea of fire. The core disciple on Yixing's right was He Hongjiao. She was very close to Yixing, only 200 meters apart. Yixing knew that He Hongjiao did not have any good intentions by deliberately coming to his side. However, Yixing was not afraid at all. Yixing chose a path and entered the sea of fire. He Hongjiao also entered the sea of fire. In the sea of fire, if there were too many cultivators or if they stayed for too long, it would trigger a tide of fire. Therefore, He Hongjiao did not plan to make a move in the sea of fire. The temperature outside the sea of fire was already very high. Inside the sea of fire, the temperature was even higher. Yixing used his celestial essence astral shield to protect his body, but he still felt very hot. The cultivation method he cultivated was the pure essence art. His celestial essence was extremely dense, no weaker than that of a 4-star martial saint. If an ordinary 3-star martial saint came here, they would feel as if they were being burned in the sea of fire. Yixing used the heavenly bat steps, controlling his speed to the most ordinary level, and went deep into the sea of fire. The 3 danger zones of the fallen star's secret territory, the sea of fire, the desert, and the iceberg, were very vast. It would take 4 or 5 days to pass through each danger zone, or even longer. Inside, it was not suitable to run fast. One had to keep their consumption to a minimum. In the sea of fire, one could not stay for a long time. When resting, one could only rest for an hour at most. Moreover, it would be difficult to find a suitable place to rest for the whole day. If one did not know how to control their celestial essence consumption, they would die of exhaustion in the sea of fire. After walking for only half an hour, Yixing came to the end of the road. The front was blocked by the sea of fire. Yixing knew this as early as when he climbed over a hillside and looked down from above. He had already chosen the next path. Yixing jumped, and his body shot into the sky like a cannonball. He jumped more than 100 meters and landed on a nearby mountain peak. This mountain peak was full of flames. The flames rose more than 10 feet high. Yixing fell into the flames and disappeared instantly. Suddenly, a trace of turbulence appeared on the flames on the mountain peak. It was caused by someone moving quickly in the flames. Yixing had seen the other side of the mountain peak when he was high up on the hillside. As long as he rushed through this small flame area, he would be safe. The flames here were not ordinary. Yixing ran in it and consumed a lot of celestial essence. If it were other elementary martial sages, their celestial essence would not be able to withstand the burning of the flames. If they entered the flames, they would be burned to ashes in a few breaths. Soon, Yixing crossed the mountain peak. Every time he crossed a certain distance, Yixing would jump out of the sea of fire and observe the surroundings to ensure that he was going in the right direction. Yixing saw that he was not far from the area without flames. However, at this time, a roar suddenly came from the flames. A giant beast covered in flames suddenly rushed out. This was a flame beast more than 3 feet long. It had 2 horns on its head and red scales on its body. It could walk in flames. This kind of demonic beast was called the Crystal Fire Beast by the Falling Star sect. It was not seen in the outside world. It could only be found in the Falling Star secret territory. Its body contained fire crystals, which were treasures for cultivating fire-attributed martial arts. This Crystal Fire Beast was equivalent to a peak 3-star martial sage. An ordinary 4-star martial sage would not be able to deal with it if they encountered it in flames. However, for Yixing, this Crystal Fire Beast rushing over was purely courting death. In an instant, the purple feather spear appeared in his hand. Dark Spirit Spear Art, Spiritual Light Flash. The purple feather spear streaked across a dark light. As soon as the Crystal Fire Beast appeared, Yixing's spear pierced its head, killing it instantly. Then, Yixing picked up the Crystal Fire Beast's corpse with his spear and used the Star Essence Astral Shield to protect his body. He continued to walk through the flames. Not long after, he came to another area without flames and put down the crystal fire beast's corpse. Yixing took out a sharp spirit weapon and cut open the crystal fire beast's head, taking out the fire crystals in its head. Then, Yixing cut open the crystal fire beast's thick scales and dug out the tender meat in the depths of the scales, putting it into his storage ring. The crystal fire beast's meat was one of the best ingredients. A crystal fire beast was more than 3 feet long and weighed more than 1,000 pounds. However, there was very little tender meat, only about 10 pounds, which was about 1% of its body weight. This was the most valuable part of the crystal fire beast's body. I had something to do yesterday, so I came home very late. I wanted to send a short chapter asking for leave, but I couldn't send it. I've made my brothers wait for a long time. Sorry. I owe 2 more chapters. Although the task of paying back my debts is very difficult, I will definitely pay it back. Thank you brothers for your support. Chapter 228. The tender meat of the crystal fire beast was a priceless treasure. It wasn't that this meat was more valuable than other treasures. In fact, the tender meat of the crystal fire beast had no other uses other than being delicious and replenishing blood. The reason why it was priceless was because it was too difficult to obtain. Every time the fallen star's secret territory opened, the chances of core disciples encountering a crystal fire beast in the Sea of Fire were extremely low. The crystal fire beast lived in the flames. When core disciples crossed the area of fire, they would only want to pass through as quickly as possible. They didn't want to fight the crystal fire beast in the flames. Unless they were martial artists who could kill the crystal fire beast in one move, they would do so. This didn't affect the time it took to cross the area of fire. For example, Yixing. If it were any other 4-star martial saint, or even a 5-star martial saint, it would be difficult for them to kill the crystal fire beast in one move. The fallen star's secret realm only opened once every 3 years, and during that time, core disciples might not be able to kill crystal fire beasts and obtain their meat. Therefore, no matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to eat such delicious food most of the time. Therefore, the tender meat of the crystal fire beast was a priceless treasure. It wasn't that it was incomparably valuable, but that it could only be found by chance. Those who really wanted to eat it were willing to pay a sky-high price for a little bit of the tender meat, or even exchange it with other natural treasures that were helpful for cultivation. For most people, natural treasures that were helpful for cultivation were obviously more valuable. Different pursuits led to different values. Other than the flame crystals and the tender meat, the rest of the crystal fire beast's belongings weren't of much use to him. After taking the flame crystals and the tender meat, Yixing continued to walk along the fire-free tunnel towards the depths of the falling star's secret realm. About an hour later, the flames on the side surged, and a crystal fire beast that was twice as large emerged from the Sea of Fire. This huge crystal fire beast was more than 6 zhang long and 3 zhang tall. It was like a moving house. The big crystal fire beast walked to the small crystal fire beast's corpse and sniffed it. Then, it raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Then, the big crystal fire beast lowered its head and bowed to the small crystal fire beast's corpse. Then, it turned around and ran in the direction Yixing had gone. What Yixing didn't expect was that the crystal fire beast he killed wasn't a lone demonic beast, but the child of a large crystal fire beast. Although it was already an adult, it was still under the protection of the large crystal fire beast. Although demon beasts were animals, blood relations were still important. This large crystal fire beast had gone through the pain of losing its son and smelled Yixing's scent. Obviously, it was going to seek revenge on Yixing. The fire-free passageway was full of twists and turns. Although Yixing's speed wasn't slow, the distance he covered in a straight line wasn't too far. The giant crystalline fire beast that was chasing after Yixing, on the other hand, was charging straight at Yixing. It didn't take long for it to catch up with Yixing. Yixing, who was moving forward, suddenly felt the ground shake. He stopped and looked around vigilantly. Soon, the sound of something hitting the ground came from behind him. In the sea of fire, flames were rolling. Obviously, a giant beast was running out of the sea of fire. Is it a fire crystal beast? Yixing frowned slightly. Lin Fenghua had told him about the situation in the Falling Star secret territory. The fire crystal beasts in the Sea of Fire would only attack cultivators in the Sea of Fire. If the cultivators were in the fire-free area, they wouldn't be attacked by the fire crystal beasts. Yixing was in the fire-free area, but he knew that the giant beast that was running towards him had locked onto him. He was the target of the giant beast. Could it be because of the fire crystal beast that I killed earlier? Yixing began to speculate as the thought crossed his mind. Obviously, his guess was right. In the next moment, the giant beast rushed out of the Sea of Fire. It was the giant fire crystal beast that was more than 6 zhang long and 3 zhang tall. Yixing's heart skipped a beat when he saw it. This crystalline fire beast was equivalent to a 6-star martial saint. It was a strong enemy. A 6-star martial saint was the last realm of a middle-rank martial saint. Yixing was only a 3-star martial saint. There was a gap of 3 realms between the two. Before this, although Yixing had defeated Ma Ji was only a 4-star martial saint. Yixing hadn't even fought a 5-star martial saint. Moreover, this crystalline fire beast was equivalent to a 6-star martial saint. This made Yixing feel a lot of pressure. Although the Falling Star secret territory wasn't very dangerous, in the history of the many core disciples had died in the Falling Star secret territory and never came out again. Being chased by a crystal fire beast that was equivalent to a 6-star martial saint, only the top 3 core disciples, who were all 6-star martial saints, had a fighting chance. The rest of the core disciples were basically dead meat. However, Yixing was an exception. Ever since the Yixing hadn't used all his trump cards and battle prowess. Now, facing this crystalline fire beast that was equivalent to a 6-star martial saint, Yixing had used all his trump cards and battle prowess. Whether he could win or not was still unknown. Everything could only be determined after the battle. Yixing was alert. He activated his super brain and scanned the crystalline fire beast's every move and the power in its body. Everything was clearly scanned. This crystalline fire beast was too strong. Yixing had to be on guard. The crystalline fire beast rushed out of the Sea of Fire and looked at Yixing. It snorted and breathed out a hot breath. It sniffed at Yixing and its eyes burned with anger. Roar! The crystalline fire beast opened its bloody mouth and roared at Yixing. The sound was deafening and shook the earth. Moreover, a torrent of flames was spat out from the crystalline fire beast's bloody mouth. As the sound waves hit him, Yixing's body shook, and he couldn't even stand properly. Immediately, he circulated his celestial essence, causing his physical strength to drop by 10,000 genes. Only then did he manage to stabilize his body. However, the torrent of flames that followed was more than 10 times stronger than the sound wave. Even if he used his celestial essence to protect his body and his physical strength dropped by 10,000 gene, his body was still blasted back dozens of feet by the torrent of flames. He was directly blasted into the fire area. Yixing cultivated the pure Yuan art and his celestial essence was strong. Even if his body was pushed back dozens of feet, the celestial essence shield protecting his body was still intact and undamaged. However, the endless flames in all directions made him feel incomparably hot. The crystalline fire beast was stronger in flames. Even in the fire area, this crystalline fire beast, which was equivalent to a 6-star martial saint, was a great enemy of Yixing. Now, Yixing's situation was even more dangerous. Whoosh! Yixing's body continued to retreat. With the attack power of the torrent of flames, the speed of Yixing's retreat was extremely fast. In an instant, Yixing adjusted his battle strategy. He opened up the distance and shot with his bow and arrow. He did not want to fight the crystalline fire beast head-on. The purple feather spear in Yixing's hand turned into a spirit pattern bow in the blink of an eye and shot out a blue sandalwood arrow. Whoosh! The arrow broke through the air and tore the air. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the crystalline fire beast. This arrow, which was as fast as flowing light, was enough to kill any 4-star martial saint. Even a 5-star martial saint would not be able to block it. However, in front of the crystalline fire beast, it was nothing. The crystalline fire beast stretched out its claws and slapped. It was like slapping a mosquito. It slapped the arrow to the ground and smashed it into pieces. Roar! The crystalline fire beast roared again. It shook the heavens and the earth. Its body moved and waves surged. It pounced toward Yixing. For symbols arrow art, vermilion bird arrow style. Yixing drew his bow again. The arrow left the bowstring and with endless flames, it turned into a vermilion bird that was formed by flames. It charged toward the crystalline fire beast. The vermilion bird was 10 feet long. It was much bigger than the crystalline fire beast and looked extremely terrifying. The vermilion bird arrow style was a fire-based martial art. It was strong when it came into contact with fire. When it was used in this place of flames, its power would be multiplied. However, the crystalline fire beast was a fire-based demonic beast. It lived in flames and was least afraid of the power of fire. Facing the vermilion bird that was bigger than it, the crystalline fire beast pounced toward it without fear. Rip! The crystalline fire beast waved its claws and tore the vermilion bird apart. The arrow was also knocked away. The vermilion bird arrow style could not hurt it. Maybe Yixing could use the Sagittarius constellation to shoot an arrow that could threaten the crystalline fire beast. However, Yixing did not have the chance to do so. The crystalline fire beast tore the vermilion bird apart. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Yixing. Yixing put away his bow and took out his purple feather spear. In the flames, Yixing could not see the crystalline fire beast from a distance. The bow and arrow required distance. Hence, to fight the crystalline fire beast here, the bow and arrow were not the best weapon. It was better to fight the crystalline fire beast in close combat. There will be 4 updates today. Chapter 229. Undercurrent surged. With the purple feather spear in his hand, Yixing instantly displayed the Dark Spirit Spear art. Yixing's Dark Spirit Spear art, which was at the small success stage, had extraordinary power. As soon as he used this move, Yixing's aura surged, and the surrounding flames retreated. The spear move, which contained the power of darkness, caused Yixing's surroundings to suddenly turn into darkness. Roar! The fire crystal beast roared. No matter what was in the darkness, it stretched out its huge claw and slapped over. Bang! The purple feather spear and the huge claw collided, causing a loud explosion. Yixing only felt a terrifying power passing over. His body involuntarily retreated by more than 10 meters. The Star Origin shield trembled and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The surrounding flames swarmed over. Yixing was unbearably hot and sweat poured down like rain. As expected of a 6-star martial saint demonic beast, the fire crystal beast's power was terrifying. Even though Yixing's Dark Spirit Spear art had reached the small success stage, he still could not resist. In the blink of an eye, Yixing was pushed back by the fire crystal beast. With a roar, the fire crystal beast pounced over again. Compared to Yixing, the fire crystal beast was not terrifying at all. It only slapped out its huge claw and attacked directly. However, when its power and speed reached a certain level, its direct attacks were the most terrifying. It could not be blocked. It could not be dodged. Suddenly, 2 green vortexes appeared in Yixing's eyes. He had displayed the green eyes of the eyes of clear clouds. The eyes of clear clouds was an eye technique that affected one's thinking. Yixing had already cultivated it to an extremely high level. Although it was not as good as Zishanho, it still had a certain influence on the thinking of a 6-star martial saint demonic beast. When the fire crystal beast's eyes met with Yi Xing's green eyes, its movements slowed. Yi Xing moved and displayed the heavenly bat steps. He was as fast as a ghost and instantly dodged the claw attack of the fire crystal beast. At the same time, the purple feather spear stabbed out. A flash of inspiration. The purple feather spear carried a ray of dark light and instantly pierced the fire crystal beast's body. The purple feather spear passed through the fire crystal beast's body, causing sparks to fly. The red scales on the fire crystal beast's body were too sturdy. Yi Xing felt as if he had stabbed a piece of precious iron. The purple feather spear in his hand transmitted a huge rebound force. Other than the wound caused by the first stab of the spear, the subsequent wounds did not break through the fire crystal beast's red scales. To the fire crystal beast's huge body, that little bit of damage was almost negligible. Roar! Roar, roar, roar! Although the fire crystal beast's injuries were light, the pain made the fire crystal beast even angrier. In an instant, it went berserk. Its entire body burned with raging flames, and its power multiplied. Looking at its might, even an ordinary 6-star martial sage would have a 90% chance of dying if they ran into it. Yi Xing instantly felt threatened. If he continued to fight like this, he would definitely be the one at a disadvantage. He immediately made a decision. Whoosh! A ray of starlight rushed out from the space between Yi Xing's eyebrows. This was a ray of black starlight. It soared into the sky, and in an instant, the surroundings turned into darkness. Above the darkness, there was a huge dark vortex. Yi Xing had used the black hole astrology. He had to use his trump card and raise his strength to the strongest state. Only then would he be able to fight the fire crystal beast to the death. The black hole astrology was too heaven-defying. Under the cover of darkness, the surrounding flames lost their light. Yi Xing's perception spread out in the darkness, and everything around him was clear as the palm of his hand. This included the fire crystal beast, who had fallen into the darkness. The surroundings were suddenly covered in darkness, and this shocked the fire crystal beast. The flames on its body burned even more fiercely, but the light it emitted was extremely weak. It could only illuminate an area of 10 feet around it. Beyond that, it was pitch black. Yi Xing felt the darkness. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the fire crystal beast was covered in darkness to launch an attack. However, a sudden change shocked Yi Xing, and he stopped the thought of attacking. The black hole vortex in the sky produced a huge suction force. It swallowed the flames in all directions. The black hole astrology could actually devour flames? No, it was not flames. Yi Xing's sense of touch merged with the darkness. He could see all the changes around him. The flames around him did not change, but the power of the flames had changed. The black hole astrology had devoured the essence of the flames, leaving only the shell of the flames. It had turned into the most ordinary flames. Ordinary flames could be easily blocked by a 1-star martial sage with celestial essence. However, the flames in this land of flames could only be blocked by a 4-star martial sage with celestial essence. There was a huge difference between the two. The reason for this difference was the essence of the flames. The sea of flames in the fallen star secret realm had more essence of the flames than ordinary flames. Now that the essence of the flames had been devoured by the black hole astrology, the flames in the sea of flames naturally turned into ordinary flames. Not only were the flames around him weakening, but Yi Xing also felt that the power of the fire crystal beast was also weakening. The fire crystal beast was a demonic beast that lived in flames. Its strength was closely related to the flames. Its body also contained the essence of the flames. However, when the black hole astrology devoured the essence of the flames in the fire crystal beast's body, everything was devoured. As the essence of the flames in the fire crystal beast's body decreased, the power of the fire crystal beast naturally weakened. The black hole astrology actually had such an effect. This was another function that shocked and surprised Yixing. In a moment, Yixing realized the true effect of the black hole astrology devouring the essence of the flames. A ball of fire suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. This ball of fire was located at the edge of the space between his eyebrows. It was very weak. However, as the black hole astrology continued to devour the essence of the flames, this ball of fire was growing stronger. This discovery made Yixing suck in a breath of cold air. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. He almost trembled in fear. The space between the eyebrows was the territory of the astrology. What did it mean for a ball of fire to appear in the space between the eyebrows? This meant that Yixing was going to have another astrology, the fire astrology. Yixing already had the black hole astrology and the Sagittarius astrology. This had already broken his martial arts common sense. Now, he was going to have a third astrology? This was too unbelievable. Moreover, this third astrology was born because of the black hole astrology. This proved that the black hole astrology was heaven-defying. As the black hole astrology absorbed more and more essence of the flames, the fire in the space between Yixing's eyebrows became brighter and stronger. It slowly moved from the edge of the space to the center. Roar! A beast's roar interrupted Yixing's surprise. Although the fire crystal beast could not see the surrounding darkness, it could still feel Yixing's breath. It had locked onto Yixing's position. The surrounding darkness only surprised it for a short while before it launched an attack on Yixing. The fire crystal beast had fought with Yixing before. It knew that Yixing's strength was weaker than it. Therefore, even though the surrounding darkness confused it, it did not affect its decision to kill Yixing. Yixing knew everything in the darkness like the back of his hand. As soon as the fire crystal beast moved, Yixing reacted. He used the heavenly bat steps and suddenly changed his position. Although the fire crystal beast could sense Yixing's breath in the darkness and lock onto Yixing's position, it was not as agile as using its eyes. As soon as Yixing changed his position, the fire crystal beast accurately locked onto Yixing's position again. It needed some time. At this time, Yixing had already launched a fatal attack on the fire crystal beast. Dark Spirit Spear. Yixing pushed his celestial essence to the limit. His strength erupted as he displayed the ultimate technique of the Dark Spirit Spear art. The purple feather spear brought out a shiny black spear light, shattering all the airflow. In an instant, it arrived beside the fire crystal beast and stabbed towards its head from the side. The spear thrust had a strong penetrating power. Coupled with the terrifying power of this move, even if the fire crystal beast had amazing defensive power, it could not withstand the attack of this spear. The purple feather spear stabbed out as fast as lightning. The fire crystal beast accurately locked onto Yixing's position and simply could not dodge. In the nick of time, the fire crystal beast tilted its head, avoiding its vital points. The purple feather spear, with a dark light, instantly stabbed into the fire crystal beast's stomach. Blood spurted and sparks flew. The purple feather spear stabbed into the fire crystal beast's neck. The entire spearhead was buried under the red scales, reaching a depth of a few inches. Yixing immediately retracted his stab. He was not greedy for temporary benefits. The purple feather spear rotated and suddenly created a fist-sized bloody hole in the fire crystal beast's neck. Yixing held the spear and retreated like lightning. Second Watch. Chapter 230. The fire crystal beast's injuries were not fatal and did not affect its life. Its combat power did not decrease, but the injury on its neck made it even more furious. It went completely berserk. The fire crystal beast pounced on Yixing with all its might. If Yixing had not pulled back decisively, he would have been pounced on by the fire crystal beast if he had been a little slower. He would have had to fight it head-on again. With the fire crystal beast's berserk power, Yixing would definitely be at a disadvantage if he fought it head-on. Yixing retreated and immediately used the sky bat steps. He moved quickly and constantly changed his position. By the time the fire crystal beast confirmed Yixing's position, Yixing was already dozens of feet away. This caused the fire crystal beast's attack to miss. The black hole continued to devour the fire essence. With every second that passed, the fire essence in the fire crystal beast's body was reduced by a little and its power decreased by a little. Yixing did not plan to fight the fire crystal beast in close combat. He wanted to keep a distance and weaken the fire crystal beast's power. Yixing also had ways to attack the fire crystal beast even if he didn't fight it at close range. He put away the purple feather spear and took out the spiritual pattern bow again. At this time, another ray of starlight shot out from Yixing's forehead. It turned into a huge bow of starlight and stood side by side with the black hole vortex. When the two stars were used at the same time, Yixing used all his trump cards. In an instant, he drew the bow and shot an arrow. The green sandalwood arrow carried the light of darkness and instantly shot towards the fire crystal beast's fatal spot. This arrow was enhanced by the power of the Sagittarius constellation. In terms of power, it was not inferior to the Dark Spirit Spear's ultimate move, the Dark Spirit Spear. This arrow not only contained the power of darkness but also the power of wind. In terms of speed, it was even faster than the Dark Spirit Spear. The arrow was like a meteor and disappeared in a flash. The fire crystal beast had just noticed the arrow's existence and wanted to block it when the arrow had already hit its fatal spot. Roar! The fire crystal beast immediately fell forward onto the ground. Its vital point had been hit by the arrow. This time, the fire crystal beast had suffered a huge injury. The injury was fatal. However, the fire crystal beast's powerful vitality allowed it to crawl back up. Even though it was injured, it was unable to completely kill it in a short period of time. Whoosh! Yixing drew his bow, and another arrow shot out from the darkness. The fire crystal beast was seriously injured. Regardless of whether it was its reaction speed or its defense, it was greatly reduced. This arrow had penetrated deeply, directly piercing through its heart. With a loud boom, the fire crystal beast, which had just struggled to get up, fell to the ground again. Even though the fire crystal beast had a strong life force, it was still unable to get up after being severely injured twice in a row. Its life force was rapidly draining away. The fire crystal beast had lost its ability to resist, and the fire essence in its body was quickly drained away by the black hole astral form. Moreover, as the fire essence was drained away, the fire crystal beast's strength became weaker and weaker, and it died even faster. In about 10 breaths, the fire crystal beast was completely dead. Yixing kept the Sagittarius constellation astral form and continued to maintain the black hole astral form. He walked to the side of the fire crystal beast, opened its head, and took out the fire crystal. This fire crystal was the size of a bowl. It was of a much higher grade than the fist-sized fire crystal from before, and it contained more fire energy. Immediately, Yixing cut open the fire crystal beast's body and cut off its tender meat. This fire crystal beast weighed at least 3,000 pounds, and the tender meat on its body was more than 30 pounds. The weight of the tender meat was almost 3 times that of the small fire crystal beast from before. Yixing was naturally happy and kept it all in his storage ring. In his previous life on Earth, Yixing was a foodie who loved delicious food. After coming to the Star Continent, his interest did not change. In his opinion, the tender meat of the fire crystal beast was a priceless ingredient. Now, Yixing was no longer afraid of the flames in the sea of fire. Under the devouring of the black hole astral form, the surrounding flames lost a lot of their essence and almost became ordinary flames. They were no longer a threat to Yixing. Yixing scanned the space between his eyebrows. The little flame had already condensed into a small fireball. Compared to the Sagittarius constellation astral form in the space between his eyebrows, it was very small. Obviously, as an astral form, the little flame between Yixing's eyebrows was not qualified. He had to continue absorbing the essence of the flames. Therefore, Yixing changed his plan of going along the fire-free passage. Instead, he deliberately walked in the sea of fire, using the black hole astral form to absorb the essence of the flames in the sea of fire. In this way, the fire astral form in the space between his eyebrows gradually grew stronger. Moreover, Yixing's understanding of the flames also increased. When the first day passed, Yixing's understanding of the flames had made qualitative progress. Not only could he feel the flames shrouded in darkness, but he could also feel the flames further away. Yixing had also comprehended a new worldly momentum, the fire momentum. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, these 5 attributes were the foundation of the heavens and earth. They were known as the 5 elements. These 5 worldly momentum were also the most basic worldly momentum and were the easiest to comprehend. As long as the conditions were good, a martial sage with outstanding perception could comprehend the 5 basic worldly momentum. The black hole astral form directly devoured the essence of the flames and turned it into Yixing's comprehension. This was the best condition, and Yixing had excellent perception. Therefore, it only took him a day to comprehend the fire momentum. It could be said that when the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. There was no difficulty at all. After comprehending the fire momentum, Yixing was like a flame messenger. He was not afraid of flames. Even if there was no celestial essence defense and no black hole astral form to absorb the essence of the flames, Yixing could still walk through the sea of flames. Now, with the black hole astral form absorbing the essence of the flames, Yixing walked through the sea of flames as if he was taking a stroll in the park. There was no power or pressure at all. Although Yixing moved forward in a straight line in the sea of flames, because he had to absorb the essence of the flames, Yixing had to stop for a while every time he moved forward. It was not until he had absorbed almost all the essence of the flames around him that he continued to move forward. Therefore, after a day, Yixing's distance was not far. Perhaps it was not as far as the distance that the other disciples had to travel in a straight line in the fire-free area. However, Yixing did not mind that his speed was slow. Being able to comprehend one more astral form was more precious than any harvest. Therefore, improving the fire astral form was the most important thing. Everything else could be put aside first. After comprehending the fire momentum, Yixing put away the black hole astral form and rested for half an hour. He had a large number of low-rank celestial crystals given to him by Lin Fenghua, which allowed him to recover his celestial essence very quickly. In half an hour, he had recovered all the celestial essence he had consumed. Moreover, after half an hour of quiet cultivation, his fatigue had also been greatly alleviated. Yixing continued on his journey. A martial sage's body was very muscular. They could go days and nights without eating or sleeping. Yixing's body was particularly strong. He had only broken through to the martial sage realm after cultivating a top-grade body refining cultivation method to perfection. In terms of physical strength, Yixing was stronger than most martial sages. His body recovered very quickly. Therefore, half an hour of rest was more than enough. After walking for another day, he rested for half an hour before continuing on his journey. At the end of the 3rd day, Yixing found that the fire astral form in his glabella space had been fixed. No matter how much the black hole astral form absorbed the fire essence, the fire astral form remained the size of an egg. The fire essence in the sea of fire did not decrease, and the fire astral form was no longer strengthened. This could only mean one thing. The strength of the fire essence here was limited. The fire astral form formed by the fire essence could only reach its current state. The size of an egg was only the relative size of the fire astral form in the glabella space. Compared to the Sagittarius constellation astral form and the black hole astral form, it was obviously very small. However, when Yixing released his fire celestial aspect, it turned into a mountain-sized star in the sky. This was already stronger than the ordinary celestial aspects of many martial saints. It was even comparable to Zishanho's earth-fire star aspect. The earth-fire astral form was already a high-grade astral form. It could be seen that Yi Xing's fire astral form was actually very strong. It was just that the Sagittarius constellation astral form and the black hole astral form were too strong. Therefore, it seemed so small in comparison. Yi Xing put away his black hole astral avatar. Now that he had comprehended the fire force and also possessed the flame astral avatar, even if he didn't use his celestial essence to defend himself, he could still walk through the sea of flames. The flames here couldn't harm him. Therefore, he sped up and rushed through the sea of flames towards the depths of the falling star mystic territory. In 3 days, Yi Xing's distance was not far. He should have fallen behind the other disciples. If he was fast, he would be able to cross the sea of fire in 1 or 2 days. However, Yi Xing's current distance was only about 1/3 of the sea of fire. Chapter 231. Yi Xing had to increase his speed to catch up. With his speed, the distance he could cover in 1 day was equivalent to several days for others. Even if he was the last, Yi Xing still had a very high chance of being the first to pass through the sea of flames. Not only could one travel in a straight line through the sea of flames, which greatly shortened the distance, there was another benefit: the chances of encountering crystal fire beasts were higher. Both the fire crystals and the meat of the crystal fire beasts were good stuff. When Yi Xing encountered crystal fire beasts, he naturally did not fear them and killed all of them. In the past 3 days, aside from the 2 crystal fire beasts he encountered earlier, he encountered 5 more. Yi Xing obtained a total of 7 fire crystals and 50 kilograms of meat. Of the 7 fire crystals, the smallest one came from the crystal fire beast equivalent to a 3-star martial sage. The largest one came from the crystal fire beast equivalent to a 6-star martial sage. As for the other 5 crystal fire beasts, 4 were equivalent to 4-star martial sages and 1 was equivalent to a 5-star martial sage. It could be seen that the crystal fire beasts in the sea of flames were equivalent to 4-star martial sages. There were more of them. On the 4th day, Yi Xing increased his speed. The number of crystal fire beasts he encountered in the sea of flames increased. In just 2 hours, Yi Xing encountered 2 crystal fire beasts equivalent to 4-star martial sages. Yi Xing killed both of them and obtained the fire crystals and meat. At this rate, Yi Xing would probably encounter more than 10 crystal fire beasts after walking through the sea of flames for the entire day. If he could kill them all, just the flame crystals and tender meat he would obtain would be a huge fortune. However, after killing the 2nd crystal fire beast, Yi Xing walked forward for less than a quarter of an hour before he stopped and changed his direction, heading to the right. Yi Xing had comprehended the power of fire and was extremely sensitive to flames. Not far to the left, Yi Xing sensed the aura of a special flame. The reason why it was special was because the aura of this flame was completely different from the flames in the sea of fire. It was purer and hotter, as if it was of a higher grade. Yi Xing's flame astral aspect still had room for improvement. It was just that the level of the flames in the sea of fire was too low. Now that Yi Xing had sensed a higher level of flames, he naturally had to go and take a look. If the black hole astral form could devour its fire essence and increase the strength of the fire astral form, that would be a great thing. Yi Xing sensed the source of the special flame after moving forward for several dozen kilometers. It was already in his line of sight. After comprehending the power of fire, the effect of fire on Yi Xing's eyesight was greatly reduced. Several miles in front of him, there was a mountain of fire that was several thousand meters tall. The special flame he sensed was at the peak of that mountain. However, Yi Xing's gaze was far away. After breaking through the layers of flames, he did not see the special flame. Instead, he saw a large number of crystal fire beasts on the mountain peak. There were several hundred crystal fire beasts. The weak ones were equivalent to 2 or 3-star martial sages, while the strong ones were equivalent to 5 or 6-star martial sages. These were only a small number, about 1/10 of the total. In particular, the crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 2-star and 6-star martial sages were even rarer. There were only 5 of them that were equivalent to 2-star martial sages and 3 that were equivalent to 6-star martial sages. Most of the crystal fire beasts were equivalent to 4-star martial sages, accounting for 90% of the total. If Yixing wanted to obtain the special flame, he would have to climb this mountain. However, once he did, he would definitely be discovered by these crystal fire beasts. In a one-on-one fight, although Yixing had killed crystal fire beasts equivalent to 6-star martial sages, he was definitely not a match for these several hundred crystal fire beasts. Each crystal fire beast could stomp Yixing into meat paste with one stomp. However, Yixing was unwilling to retreat just like that. What was that special flame? Why was its aura so much stronger than the other flames? Yixing really wanted to know. He wanted to get to the bottom of this. Furthermore, he had some suspicions in his heart. Could that flame with an extraordinary aura be a fire seed? A flame seed was the source of all flames. A flame without a source would be extinguished after its fuel was used up. A flame seed, on the other hand, did not need fuel and would never be extinguished. Every flame seed was extremely rare and had a close relationship with the origin of all flames. It was said that any flame seed, when promoted to the peak, could become the origin of all flames. It was because of this that a flame seed was called the origin of all flames. The tender meat of the crystal fire beasts was a priceless treasure, but that was only relative. A flame seed was truly a priceless treasure that everyone wanted. If one could obtain a flame seed, it would be an unimaginable gain. In the entire Qingyun district, there were countless cultivators and more than 10 sections. However, there might not even be a single flame seed. In the Qingyun district, a flame seed was a legend. Yixing had comprehended the power of fire. His perception of fire was different from that of ordinary people. Although he had never seen a flame seed before, he had a strong feeling that the special flame on the mountain peak was a flame seed. Especially as he approached the mountain peak, the feeling became even stronger. First, Yixing could feel that the special flame was not large. If it was a certain type of flame, it should be very large. Just like the flames around Yixing, they were connected into a sea of fire. It was impossible for a single type of flame to only burn in a small cluster. This was not normal. Second, Yixing could feel that the special flame had an aura of vicissitudes. It was not like a flame that constantly burned, but more like an eternal flame seed. Whether or not it is a flame seed, I have to go up the mountain and take a look. I have to obtain this special flame. Yixing thought to himself. Although there were several hundred crystal fire beasts on the mountain, Yixing was not completely helpless. He was not only a martial artist, but also an array master. When he was still 1,000 meters away from the mountain peak, Yixing began to arrange the array. After comprehending the power of fire, Yixing turned the flame into energy and used the flame to inscribe the array patterns. The array he arranged would not be damaged by the flame. Moreover, the power of the array would be strengthened by the flame. Yixing used half of his celestial essence to guide the flame and inscribe the array patterns, and the other half used low-grade celestial crystals to guide the flame. The arrangement speed was very fast. In half an hour, he had arranged a coiling snake array. Yixing's coiling snake array had not reached the small success stage. It was more than enough to deal with a beginner martial sage. However, it was not enough to deal with a mid-level martial sage. However, if one was not enough, what about 2, 3, or even 10? If he could chain one layer after another to form a chain array, even if it was an ordinary coiling snake array, under the control of the array master, it would have the power to kill a 4-star martial sage. As long as the coiling snake array had the power to kill a 4-star martial sage, Yixing planned to harvest this group of crystal fire beasts. The crystal fire beasts were equivalent to 5-star or 6-star martial sages. He could completely rely on the array and his own strength to deal with them. Soon, 2 coiling snake arrays were arranged. At this time, the surrounding flames surged in one direction like waves, forming a flame tide. Yixing had been here for 2 hours. The flame tide contained a strong impact force. Even a 4-star martial sage would find it difficult to resist. However, it was not a threat to Yixing. Yixing could withstand the flame tide with just his celestial essence defense. Moreover, Yixing had the flame astral aspect and comprehended the power of fire. The power of ordinary flames could not hurt him. There was no need to defend at all. Even in the middle of the flame tide, Yixing continued to arrange the array. One coiling snake array after another was successfully arranged by Yixing. When the 4th flame tide passed, Yixing had already arranged 8 coiling snake arrays. The 8 coiling snake arrays were connected head to tail. The arrays were layered one after another. With Yixing, the array master, the power of the array was at its strongest state. Killing a 4-star martial sage would be a piece of cake. After doing all this, Yixing adjusted his breath for a while and restored his celestial essence to the peak. Then, he began to attack the crystal fire beasts on the mountain peak. He stood in the array, 1,000 meters away from the mountain peak. He was also a few thousand meters away from the crystal fire beasts on the mountain peak. This distance was not far compared to the range of his bow and arrow. 2 rays of starlight shot out from Yixing's glabella. One turned into a dark vortex, and the other turned into a starry arrow. The surroundings were suddenly shrouded in darkness. Whoosh! 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 Yixing took out 3 blue sandalwood arrows and shot them at the same time. The arrows, which contained the power of the Sagittarius constellation, the power of wind, the power of darkness, and the power of fire, instantly left the bowstring and shot toward a 6-star crystal fire beast. A 6-star crystal fire beast was not easy to deal with, especially when there were 3 of them. Yixing would have a hard time dealing with them. Therefore, taking advantage of the sneak attack, Yixing wanted to get rid of the strongest crystal fire beast first. After being attacked by Yixing, the crystal fire beast instantly fell into darkness. It felt as if the world had turned dark. At this time, 3 arrows were shot at 3 of its vital points. The crystal fire beast was suddenly attacked. Before it could react, 3 of its vital points were hit by the arrows. It immediately let out a shrill scream and fell to the ground, twitching. This crystal fire beast was one of the 3 strongest crystal fire beasts. When it was suddenly ambushed and shot by an arrow, it was fatally wounded. This gave the other crystal fire beasts a fright. Some of the crystal fire beasts were so frightened that they scattered. Only the other 2 strongest crystal fire beasts were slightly calmer. However, they also revealed expressions of fear. They immediately looked in Yixing's direction. This result was out of Yixing's expectations. Yixing thought that after killing one of the crystal fire beasts, the other crystal fire beasts would swarm toward him. He did not expect that after killing the strongest crystal fire beast, the other crystal fire beasts would be intimidated. A portion of them even fled. Nearly a third of the crystal fire beasts fled. There were a total of 150 to 60 crystal fire beasts. With so many crystal fire beasts fleeing, the pressure on Yixing lessened by a lot. These several hundred crystal fire beasts were not a complete group. In fact, they were made up of 3 small groups. Each crystal fire beast was equivalent to a 6-star martial saint and was the leader of a small group. Yixing had killed a crystal fire beast that was equivalent to a 6-star martial saint, which meant that he had killed a leader. With the leader killed, the group of crystal fire beasts that the crystal fire beast ruled over was naturally frightened and scattered. Roar, roar, in the blink of an eye, the other 2 strongest crystal fire beasts roared. They had discovered Yixing's position and ordered the group of crystal fire beasts to attack Yixing. Chapter 232. At the same time, the 2 leaders hid behind the other crystal fire beasts to guard against Yixing's hidden arrows. Rumble. Apart from the dozen or so crystal fire beasts that stayed behind to guard the 2 leaders, the remaining 300 or so crystal fire beasts rushed down the mountain at the same time, diving toward Yixing. Yixing took out 3 blue sandalwood arrows again. Using 2 kinds of astrology at the same time, 3 kinds of worldly momentum were added to the arrows at the same time, and they were instantly shot out. Whoosh! 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 The 3 arrows were shot at 3 crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 5-star martial sages. Whoever Yixing attacked would be affected by the black hole astrology and fall into a world of darkness. The 3 crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 5-star martial sages fell into darkness in an instant. The sudden change made them suddenly panic. At this time, the 3 arrows pierced through the air like flowing lights. Naturally, they did not have time to dodge and were all hit in their vital points. In an instant, the 3 crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 5-star martial sages screamed at the same time and fell to the ground. Although they had strong vitality and would not die immediately, their vital points had been seriously injured. It was a fatal injury. They would not live for long. Moreover, they did not have the strength to fight anymore. The crystal fire beasts were extremely fast. After Yixing had killed 3 of them, the group of crystal fire beasts had already rushed down the mountain for more than 1,000 meters. At this speed, the group of crystal fire beasts would reach Yixing in a dozen breaths at most. Yixing took a deep breath. Circulating his star essence, he continued to shoot the crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 5-star martial sages in the group of crystal fire beasts. The 8-layered coiling snake array could kill 4-star martial sages, but it could not kill 5-star martial sages. 5-star martial sages had great destructive power against the coiling snake array. Therefore, Yixing wanted to kill as many crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 5-star martial sages as possible to prevent them from destroying the array. Without the array, more than 300 crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 4-star martial sages would rush up and trample Yixing into meat paste. Whoosh! 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 Every time, Yixing was fully focused. Whether it was celestial essence, heaven and earth's grand momentum, or celestial image's power, everything was pushed to the limit to launch the strongest and sharpest attack. In such a state, the crystal fire beasts, which were equivalent to 5-star martial saints, naturally fell to Yixing's arrows one after another. Every one of them was hit in a vital spot, suffering fatal injuries. Originally, there were only 10-odd crystal fire beasts equivalent to 5-star martial sages. When Yixing fired 3 arrows, he attacked 3 crystal fire beasts at once. After a few rounds, the crystal fire beasts equivalent to 5-star martial sages all fell while charging. Although they had strong vitality and did not die instantly, death was only a matter of time. After falling to the ground, it was difficult for them to get up again. Roar, 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 with 2 crystal fire beast leaders commanding them. Even though Yixing had killed many powerful crystal fire beasts, the other crystal fire beasts were not afraid. They roared and charged at Yixing. Kill! Yixing put away the spirit pattern bow. Looking at more than 300 crystal fire beasts charging at him, he pushed his hands forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 giant flame serpents more than 10 feet long rushed out of each coiling snake formation. There were a total of 24 of them. 24 giant flame serpents rushed out at the same time. The momentum was so great that it made all the crystal fire beasts pause and their hearts tremble. The giant flame serpents danced in the air like dragons soaring to the 9 heavens. They made crackling sounds and their power shook the sky. The fire crystal fire beasts only paused for a blink of an eye before they rushed over again. Under the command of their leaders, they had no choice but to advance. Moreover, the crystal fire beasts were fire-type demonic beasts and were least afraid of fire. Therefore, although the giant flame serpents were powerful, the crystal fire beasts were only shocked for a moment and were no longer afraid. Boom, 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 a large number of crystal fire beasts collided with the 24 giant flame serpents. Even more crystal fire beasts rushed directly into the barrier of the coiling snake formation. The crystal fire beasts that collided with the giant flame serpents immediately let out shrill screams. The power of the coiling snake formation was not only the power of fire but also the power of the formation. It was only because it was set up in a land of fire and Yixing had set it up with fire-type patterns that the formation integrated the power of fire from the surrounding environment. Even without the power of fire, the power of the coiling snake formation chain was still terrifying. It was enough to kill a 4-star martial saint. Some of the crystal fire beasts were forced to retreat by the giant flame serpents. Among them, more than 20 of them were directly sent flying dozens of meters away. Blood flowed out of their mouths and noses. They got up and rushed a few steps before falling to the ground again. They had already suffered serious injuries. Under the control of the formation master, the full power of the 8-layered coiling snake formation chain was very powerful. The crystal fire beasts that collided with it were of course seriously injured in an instant. However, there were too many crystal fire beasts. When they swarmed together, their attack power was also very frightening. With a cracking sound, one of the coiling snake formation chains was instantly destroyed by the crystal fire beasts in the first wave of attacks. The 8-layered coiling snake formation chain became a 7-layered coiling snake formation chain. In the blink of an eye, the second wave of attacks from the crystal fire beasts came like a storm. Yixing waved his hand. This time, 21 giant flame serpents rushed out of the coiling snake formation chain. Although they were still powerful, they were still slightly weaker than the 24 giant flame serpents. In a coiling snake formation chain, each additional layer would increase its power. The 7-layered coiling snake formation chain was obviously not comparable to the 8-layered coiling snake formation chain. However, it still had no problem killing a 4-star martial saint. In the fierce collision, many more crystal fire beasts were injured. About 20 of them were seriously injured and were directly sent flying. At the same time, another coiling snake formation chain was destroyed. If there were less than 4 coiling snake formations chain, the threat to 4-star martial saints would be greatly reduced. Now, there were only 6 coiling snake formations chain left. If this continued, 2 more of the coiling snake formations chain would be destroyed, and they would not be able to kill 4-star martial saints. Even if he could still injure 40 crystal fire beasts, there were still a lot of uninjured crystal fire beasts. There were as many as 200 of them. Yixing still could not defeat them. Not to mention, there were still 2 crystal fire beast leaders on the mountain peak, who were equivalent to a 6-star martial saint. There were also more than 10 crystal fire beast guards beside them. If he wanted to defeat these crystal fire beasts, he had to protect the formation. The purple plume spear instantly appeared in Yixing's hand. Yixing began to attack the crystal fire beasts that were attacking the formation at close range. Undercurrent surged. A flash of light. Dark Spirit Spear. Yixing performed the Dark Spirit Spear art one move after another. Any crystal fire beast that was attacked by him fell into the dark world of the black hole astral facade. They felt that everything around them was pitch black, and they were terrified. Yixing attacked the crystal fire beasts that were charging at the very front. Since they were trapped in the dark world, they naturally could not continue to attack the formation. As for the crystal fire beasts at the back, because of the crystal fire beasts at the front, they could not attack the formation. As a result, the number of attacks that the coiling snake formation chain received was greatly reduced. Only a portion of the crystal fire beasts attacked the formation's barrier. The 6 coiling snake formations were connected to each other. The attacks that they received were unable to break through any of the coiling snake formations. Instead, it was the crystal fire beasts that were trapped in the dark world that received Yixing's fatal attacks. Every thrust of Yixing's spear contained the power of 3 heavens and earth. Coupled with his small success in the Dark Spirit Spear art, the might of his spear was astonishing. Against the crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 4-star martial sages, he was able to kill them with a single thrust. With the coiling snake formation chain behind him, Yixing had nothing to worry about. He only needed to face the crystal fire beasts at the front. Coupled with the dark shroud of the black hole astral facade, Yixing fought with the crystal fire beasts at the edge of the formation. It was almost as if he was in an unstoppable state. The lives of the crystal fire beasts were taken by him one after another. Yixing's sense of darkness was his sense of touch. He could sense everything around him. When he was faced with too many attacks, he would retreat into the coiling snake formation chain. Most of the time, his spear was like a dragon. Every thrust of his spear took the life of a crystal fire beast. The crystal fire beasts were terrified, and their corpses were everywhere. Not long after, a large number of crystal fire beasts' corpses were piled up outside the coiling snake formation chain like a wall of flesh. When more than half of the crystal fire beasts were killed, the rest of the crystal fire beasts were finally frightened and retreated. On the mountain peak, the two crystal fire beast leaders roared angrily and rushed towards Yixing. Yixing took out the spirit pattern bow again. Blue sandalwood arrow. Essence, Qi, and soul as one. His aura, celestial essence, and the power of the astral facade were added to the arrow. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows were shot at the same time. The arrows were like meteors, piercing through the sky. One of the crystal fire beast leaders fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. Trapped in the world of darkness, it could not guard against the sudden burst of arrows that were as fast as meteors. Yixing had shot the bow continuously before. Later, he fought with the crystal fire beasts and killed hundreds of them. Now, he had once again unleashed his strength to the limit and shot the crystal fire beast leader. Yixing's celestial essence was almost exhausted. His body was also extremely tired, and his condition was greatly reduced. At this time, he could no longer shoot the same killing arrow as before. Even his close combat strength was greatly reduced. The remaining crystal fire beast leader was a huge threat to him. However, things did not develop as Yixing expected. The remaining crystal fire beast leader did not continue to rush towards him. Instead, it was scared out of its wits by Yixing's arrow. It immediately turned around and ran towards the back of the mountain peak. The first crystal fire beast leader had been killed, so it was already afraid. Now that the second crystal fire beast leader had died under Yixing's arrow, it certainly did not dare to attack Yixing again. It was deeply afraid of Yixing's archery. What it did not know was that Yixing could no longer kill it. With one crystal fire beast leader dead and another crystal fire beast leader running away, the remaining 100 or so crystal fire beasts did not dare to stay. They all ran away with the last crystal fire beast leader. Soon, they crossed the mountain peak and disappeared from Yixing's sight. When all the crystal fire beasts disappeared, Yixing returned to the array formation and sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. He quickly took out low-rank star crystals and adjusted his breathing to restore his celestial essence. At the same time, he also withdrew his astrology and calmed his mind. For more chapters for today. Today's monthly votes are very poor. Brothers, it's not easy to get 4 chapters a day. Please give me some monthly votes to support me. I need a breath to write, your support is the most important. Chapter 233. This time, it took Yixing more than half an hour to fully restore his celestial essence. At the same time, he also recovered 80 to 90% of his spirit force. The crystal fire beasts that had been fatally injured were all dead. There were more than 100 crystal fire beasts' corpses nearby. Among them, there were 2 crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 6-star martial saints, close to 20 crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 5-star martial saints, over 100 crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 4-star martial saints, and crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 2-star and 3-star martial saints. The number of crystal fire beasts' corpses alone was a huge harvest, not to mention the special flame on the mountain peak. Especially for Yixing, who liked the best ingredients. More than 100 crystal fire beasts meant that he would have to collect at least 500 kilograms of crystal fire beast meat, or even 2,000 kilograms. This was a priceless treasure. A low-grade storage ring couldn't possibly hold so many things, but Yixing had quite a few storage rings on him, so he could store the crystal fire beast's meat in different storage rings. Not to mention 5 or 6,000 kilograms, he could even store 5 or 6,000 kilograms. Yixing wasn't in a hurry to collect the crystal fire beast's corpses. Instead, he climbed the mountain peak in front of him and came to the special flame he sensed. There was a lake about 10 feet wide at the top of the mountain. The liquid in the lake wasn't water, but fire lava. The special flame was in the fire lava. Yixing activated his super brain and scanned it. His gaze penetrated the fire lava and directly saw the special flame he sensed. It was a very small flame, only the size of a green bean. However, the flame was very bright and bright, like a star. Yixing used the black hole astrology. A black hole vortex appeared and absorbed the essence of the flame from all directions. Yixing paid attention to the changes in the special flame. As a result, the black hole vortex absorbed less and less of the essence of the fire lava, but the special flame didn't change at all. On the contrary, as the flame essence in the lava decreased, it seemed that the special flame that was the size of a mung bean was spitting out more flame essence to maintain the heat of the lava around it. This result allowed Yixing to conclude that this special flame was not a flame, but a fire seed. The fire seed would never be extinguished. Only the fire seed could continuously produce fire essence. No matter how much fire essence the black hole absorbed, the fire seed would not change. Although Yixing had long guessed that the special flame he sensed might be a fire seed, now that it was confirmed, he was still overjoyed. In the Qingyun region, the fire seed was a legend. Such a legendary treasure was right in front of him at this moment. Of course, Yixing was very happy. If Yixing could walk through fire after comprehending the fire force, then he could be considered a messenger of fire. Then, with the fire spark, he could control all the flames in this world. He was simply a god of fire. Of course, the prerequisite was that the fire seed's grade was high enough. There were strong and weak flames, and if the flame's strength exceeded the fire seed would naturally not be able to control it. However, the grade of a fire seed could be increased. Furthermore, any fire seed, when raised to the limit, could transform into a fire source. Therefore, when a fire seed was raised to a certain grade, it was not a lie to say that it could control all the flames in the world. In the Qingyun region, the fire seed was a legend. How to refine the fire seed was naturally a legend as well. Yixing had no idea. Even in the entire meteor sect, no one knew. Just as Yixing was worrying about how to refine the fire seed into his own, the fire seed automatically rose from the lava and flew towards the black hole vortex in the sky. Yixing was surprised. He could sense everything in the darkness and knew very well that the fire seed was not voluntarily absorbed by the black hole vortex. Clearly, the fire seed flew towards the black hole vortex on its own volition. In other words, the fire seed had spirituality. Soon, the fire seed flew into the black hole vortex and disappeared. At the same time, there was something extra in Yixing's body. In the center of his dantian's black hole vortex, there was an extra light. It was as small as a green bean and as bright as a star. It was the fire seed that had flown into the black hole vortex. This fire seed actually took the initiative to come to me. Is it because of the black hole astrology? Yixing was surprised. He was very excited about such a good thing. I don't even know how to refine the fire seed for my own use. It actually came in on its own. It seems that my luck is on its side. It really can't be stopped. In the Dantian star vortex, there was an extra fire seed. Yixing's sense of fire immediately went up a level and he had a deeper understanding of it. The surrounding flames were like his sense of touch. He could clearly sense everything in the flames, just like in the dark world. The ability to sense things in the dark world was given by the black hole astrology, and the ability to sense things in the fire world was given by the fire seed. It could be seen that the fire seed was almost comparable to the black hole astrology in some aspects. Yixing felt the fire seed in his Dantian star vortex. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding flames danced like snakes and condensed into a bunch that fell on Yixing's fingertips. They changed into various shapes according to Yixing's will. The flames around the fire seed were naturally born from the fire seed. Their grade was lower than the fire seeds, so Yixing could control the surrounding flames at will. In this place, Yixing was simply the god of fire. To him, flames were like his sense of touch. They were a part of his body. The flames here couldn't hurt him no matter what. He was completely immune to even the tide of flames. This trip to the fallen star's secret territory is really a great harvest. A large amount of fire crystals, a large amount of crystal fire beast meat, a third astrology, and a fire seed. And these are only from the fire sea. There are still the desert, the ice mountain, and the star palace. This is the real treasure land. When the other disciples passed through the fire sea, they blindly pursued speed. They were afraid of staying in the fire sea for even a second. No one thought that there would be treasures in the fire sea, and they are truly priceless treasures. Speaking of which, I still have to sense the crystal fire beast that was chasing me. If it weren't for it, how could I use the black hole astrology in the fire sea? If I didn't use the black hole astrology, I wouldn't have gained so much. Whether it's the third astrology or the fire seed, they are all directly related to the black hole astrology. Yixing thought to himself. He was indeed very grateful to the big crystal fire beast that was chasing him. This fire seed, what should I call it? Although it's small, it's bright like a shining star. Let's call it Star. Yixing thought for a moment and came up with a name for the fire seed. The fallen star secret realm was originally on a star that fell from the sky. The fire seed in the fallen star secret realm should have a very close relationship with the star. Calling it Star is very appropriate. Yixing waved his hand, and all the fire seed scattered. He stepped on the fire and walked down the mountain. Now that he had the fire seed, it was time to harvest the corpses of the crystal fire beasts. One fire crystal after another was dug out by Yixing. There were a total of 157 fire crystals. Yixing didn't let go of any of the crystal fire beasts' meat. The total weight of the meat was more than 1,000 kilograms. There was no flow of time in the storage ring, so items could be kept fresh forever. With so much crystal fire beast meat, Yixing could enjoy it for a very, very long time. By the time he was done, 2 hours had passed. Yixing had experienced another fire tide. Each fire tide was more intense than the last, but Yixing was completely immune to the power of the fire tide. It posed no threat to him. After he was done, Yixing roasted a portion of the crystal fire beast's meat. Looking at the shiny golden roasted meat, Yixing's appetite was aroused. He ate to his heart's content and rested for an hour before continuing on. Although he was delayed by another day, Yixing was now like a god in the fire sea. Walking on the fire, his speed was doubled. On the 5th day, Yixing only used half a day to completely walk out of the fire sea. On the 5th day, he walked out of the fire sea. Although he wasn't the fastest, he wasn't the slowest. There weren't many people who had walked out earlier than Yixing. Most of them hadn't made it out of the fire sea yet. Some of them had even walked for an entire day. Yixing stood at the edge of the fire sea. In front of him was an endless desert. He looked into the distance for dozens of miles, but he didn't see any traces of other disciples. Yixing didn't wait here. He continued on, stepping into the desert alone. In the storage ring, there were rations and water that had been prepared beforehand. In the fire sea, Yixing had obtained a large amount of crystal fire beast meat, enough for him to eat for half a year. As for this desert, it would only take 4 or 5 days to pass through. Yixing didn't feel any pressure at all. In the Fire Sea, the number one enemy was fire. The crystal fire beast was only a secondary enemy. In the desert, the number one enemy was the desert scorpion. The desert scorpion was a type of demonic beast that lived in groups. There were far more of them than the crystal fire beast. A group of desert scorpion would number in the thousands, and could even number in the tens of thousands. In fact, there could be even more. Therefore, in the desert, the only way to encounter a desert scorpion was to avoid them. The desert scorpion moved in groups and could be discovered from far away. Once discovered, one would have to take a detour. The desert scorpion's range of vision was limited. As long as one was more than 3,000 meters away from them, they wouldn't be able to discover them. Yixing's eyesight was far superior to that of ordinary people. Especially when he looked into the distance, his eyesight was 10 times better than other martial sages. He could discover the desert scorpion from far away. Yixing took a detour and was unharmed. Because of his excellent eyesight, Yixing discovered the desert scorpion very early. He moved faster and faster in the desert. When he used the heavenly bat steps, he could only see an afterimage. With Yixing's speed, it would take others 4 or 5 days to pass through the desert at the fastest speed. He might only need 3 or so days to pass through the desert. However, on Yixing's second day in the desert, something unexpected happened. Rustling sounds came from all directions. Desert scorpion after desert scorpion appeared on the sand dunes around him. Yixing activated his super brain and discovered that there were caves under the sand dunes. The desert scorpion inside the caves were densely packed. They all crawled out of the sand and appeared on the sand dunes. Second update. Begging for votes.